I'm Steve Wayman, your host. I trust it will not have escaped your attention that today is Valentine's Day, a day when we traditionally send cards to our loved ones. In the 18th century, handmade cards first appeared, and in Thomas Hardy's novel from the late 19th century, Bathsheba, the beautiful heroine of Far from the Madding Crowd, sends a card anonymously, as of course is the tradition, and let's hear what happens next. To read that extract for you, Julie Thomas. And immediately afterwards you'll hear Helen Gelder singing of tragic love with the beautiful, haunting, traditional Irish folk song, She Moved Through the Fair. So it's over to you, Julie.
Far from the Madding Crowd, the Valentine's Card, Chapter 8. Sortes Sanctorum, the Valentine. It was Sunday afternoon in the farmhouse on the 13th of February. Dinner being over, Bathsheba, for want of better companion, had asked Liddy to come and sit with her. The mouldy pile was dreary in winter-time before the candles were lighted and the shutters closed. The atmosphere of the place seemed as old as the walls. Every nook behind the furniture had a temperature of its own, but the fire was not kindled in this part of the house early in the day, and Bathsheba's new piano, which was an old one in other annals, looked particularly sloping and out of level on the warped floor before night threw a shadow over its less prominent angles and hid the unpleasantness. Liddy, like a little brook, though shallow, was always rippling. Her presence had not so much weight as to task thought, and yet enough to exercise it. On the table lay an old quarto Bible bound in leather. Liddy, looking at it, said, "Did you ever find out, miss, who are you going to marry by means of the Bible and key? Don't be so foolish, Liddy, as if such things could be. Well, there is a good deal in it, all the same. Nonsense, child. And it makes your heart beat fearful. Some believe in it and some don't. I do." "Very well, let's try it," said Bathsheba, bounding from her seat with that total disregard of consistency which can be indulged in towards a dependent, and entering into the spirit of divination at once. "Go and fetch the key." Liddy fetched it. "I wish it weren't Sunday," she said on returning. "Perhaps 'tis wrong." "What's right weekdays is right Sundays," replied her mistress in a tone which was a proof in itself. The book was opened. The leaves, drab with age, being quite worn away at much-read verses by the forefingers of unpractised readers in former days, where they were moved along under the line as an aid to the vision. The special verse in the Book of Ruth was sought out by Bathsheba, and the sublime words met her eye. They slightly thrilled and abashed her. It was wisdom in the abstract facing folly in the concrete. Folly in the concrete blushed, persisted in her attention, and placed the key on the book. A rusty patch immediately upon the verse, caused by previous pressure of an iron substance thereon, told that this was not the first time the old volume had been used for the purpose. "Now, keep steady and be silent," said Bathsheba. The verse was repeated, the book turned round. Bathsheba blushed guiltily. "Who did you try?" said Liddy curiously. "I shall not tell you." "Did you notice Mr. Boldwood's doings in church this morning, miss?" Liddy continued, adumbrating by the remark the track her thoughts had taken. "No, indeed," said Bathsheba with serene indifference. "His pew is exactly opposite yours, miss." "I know it. And you did not see his goings-on?" "Certainly I did not, I tell you." Liddy assumed a smaller physiognomy and shut her lips decisively. This move was unexpected and proportionately disconcerting. "What did he do?" Bathsheba said perforce. "Didn't turn his head to look at you once all the service." "Why should he?" again demanded her mistress, wearing a nettled look. "I didn't ask him to." "Oh, no, but everybody else was noticing you, and it was odd he didn't. There, 'tis like him, rich and gentlemanly, what does he care?" Bathsheba dropped into a silence intended to express that she had opinions on the matter too abstruse for Liddy's comprehension, rather than that she had nothing to say. "Oh, dear me, I'd nearly forgotten the Valentine I bought yesterday," she exclaimed at length. "Valentine? Who for, miss?" said Liddy. "Farmer Boldwood?" It was the single name among all possible wrong ones that just at this moment seemed to Bathsheba more pertinent than the right. "Well, no, it is only for little Teddy Coggan. Have promised him something, and this will be a pretty surprise for him. Liddy, you may as well bring me my desk, and I'll direct it at once." Bathsheba took from her desk a gorgeously illuminated and embossed design in post-octavo, which had been bought on the previous market day at the chief stationer's in Casterbridge. In the centre was a small oval enclosure. This was left blank, that the sender might insert tender words more appropriate to the special occasion than any generalities by a printer could possibly be. "Here's a place for writing," said Bathsheba. "What shall I put?" "Something of this sort, I should think," returned Liddy promptly. "The rose is red, the violet blue, carnation sweet, and so are you." "Yes, that shall be it. It just suits itself to a chubby-faced child like him," said Bathsheba. She inserted the words in a small, though legible handwriting, enclosed the sheet in an envelope, and dipped her pen for the direction. "What fun it would be to send it to the stupid old Boldwood, and how he would wonder," said the irrepressible Liddy, lifting her eyebrows and indulging in an awful mirth on the verge of fear, as she thought of the moral and social magnitude of the man contemplated. Bathsheba paused to regard the idea at full length. Boldwood's had begun to be a troublesome image, a species of Daniel in her kingdom, who persisted in kneeling eastward when reason and common sense said that he might just as well follow suit with the rest, and afford her the official glance of admiration which cost nothing at all. She was far from being seriously concerned about his nonconformity. Still, it was faintly depressing that the most dignified and valuable man in the parish should withhold his eyes, and that a girl like Liddy should talk about it. So Liddy's idea was at first rather harassing than piquant. "No, I won't do that. He wouldn't see any humour in it. He'd worry to death," said the persistent Liddy. "Really, I don't care particularly to send it to Teddy," remarked her mistress. "He's rather a naughty child sometimes." "Yes, that he is." "Let's toss as men do," said Bathsheba idly. "Now then, head Boldwood, tail Teddy." "No, we won't toss money on a Sunday. That would be tempting the devil indeed. Toss this hymn book. There can't be no sinfulness in that, miss." "Very well. Open Boldwood, shut Teddy." No, it's more likely to fall open. Open Teddy, shut Boldwood." The book went fluttering in the air and came down shut. Bathsheba, a small yawn upon her mouth, took the pen, and with offhand serenity directed the missive to Boldwood. "Now light a candle, Liddy. Which seal shall we use?" "Here's a unicorn's head. There's nothing in that. What's this? 2 doves? No. It ought to be something extraordinary, ought it not, Liddy? Here's one with a motto. I remember it is some funny one, but I can't read it. We'll try this, and if it doesn't do well, we'll have another." A large red seal was duly affixed. Bathsheba looked closely at the hot wax to discover the words. "Capital," she exclaimed, throwing down the letter frolicsomely. "'Twould upset the solemnity of a parson." The same evening the letter was sent, and was duly returned to Weatherbury again in the morning. Of love as a spectacle Bathsheba had a fair knowledge, but of love subjectively she knew nothing.
My young love said to me, my mother won't mind, and my father won't smite you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Steve Wayman, I'm your host, and you are watching Teddington Theatre Club's online marathon performance, our weekend celebration of all love in all its forms throughout the ages, and we're live on YouTube. We're a community theatre, a registered charity, not-for-profit, and this production is presented free to the public. But like all theatre companies, we've been hit hard by lockdown, having next to no income for almost a year now. So if you're enjoying what you see, please consider making a donation. You can find the donate button on our website landing page, Teddington Theatre Club, all one word, .org.uk. Thank you so much to all those people who gave generously yesterday. It's very quick and simple, and we'd be extremely grateful for anything you can afford to give. Now, our next session starts with the famous Shakespearean romantic comedy Twelfth Night. This has been adapted by Mark Batten, our director. Mark tells me he used this version when he was teaching the performing arts to school kids. It has a reduced size cast and focuses on the love triangle between three of the central characters. Shakespeare, of course, is a master of the art of mistaken identity and gender reversal, and here he exploits that with the help of a twin brother and sister and a healthy dash of disguise. Sit back and enjoy Twelfth Night, adapted and directed by Mark Batten.
Aha! You recognise me then? Yes, Sebastian of Messaline. I am he, newly married to the beauteous Countess Olivia. And yes, 'tis a rather strange tale of how we became to be married so suddenly, but thankfully, very happily. Where do I begin? At the shipwreck, I guess, which separated me from my beloved twin sister, Viola. I was fortunate to be saved by faithful old Antonio, but at the time was convinced that Viola was lost to me forever. But fate brought us both to Illyria, where my resourceful sister had cunningly disguised herself as a boy, identical in looks to myself in this guise, and procured employment in the court of Duke Orsino himself, with whom she promptly fell in love. Sadly, Orsino was in love, or so he thought, with my own Olivia. What a tangled web! Lend me your ears if you wish to know more.
What a plague means my niece to take the death of her brother thus? I am sure care is an enemy to life.
By my troth, Sir Toby, you must come in earlier o' nights. Your cousin, my lady, takes great exceptions to your ill hours.
Why, let her accept before accepting.
Aye, but you must confine yourself within the modest limits of order.
Confine? I'll confine myself no finer than I am. These clothes are good enough to drink in, and so be these boots too.
That quaffing and drinking will undo you. I heard my lady talk of it yesterday, and of a foolish knight that you brought in one night here to be her wooer.
Who, Sir Andrew Aguchi?
Aye, him.
He's as tall a man as innings in Illyria.
Well, what's that to the Berbers?
Why, he has 3,000 ducats a year.
Aye, but he'll have but a year in all those ducats, and he's a very fool and a prodigal.
Fie that you'll say so. He plays with the vile de Gamboys and speaks 3 or 4 languages word for word without book, and hath all the good gifts of nature.
He hath indeed almost natural, for besides that he is a fool, he's a great quarreller. And but that he hath the gift of a coward to allay the gust he hath in quarrelling. 'Tis thought amongst the prudent he would quickly have the gift of the grave.
By this hand, they are scoundrels and subtractors that say so of him. Who are they?
They that add, moreover, he's drunk nightly in your company?
Well, with drinking health to my niece. I'll drink to her as long as there's a passage in my throat and drink in Illyria. What, wench? For here comes Sir Andrew Aguface now.
Sir Toby Berg. How now, Sir Toby?
Sweet Sir Andrew.
Oh, bless you, fair shrew.
And you too, sir.
Accost, Sir Andrew, accost.
What's that?
My niece's chambermaid.
A good mistress accost. I desire better acquaintance.
My name is Sir.
A good mistress, Mary accost.
You mistake, knight. Accost is front her, board her, woo her, assail her.
Oh, by my 12th, I wouldn't undertake her in this company. Is that the meaning of accost?
Fare you well, gentlemen.
If thou let part so, Sir Andrew, would thou mightst never draw sword again.
If you part so, mistress, I would I might never draw sword again. Oh, fair lady, do you think you have fools in hand?
Sir, I have not you by the hand.
Maui, but you shall have, and here's my hand.
Now, sir, thought is free. I pray you, bring your hand to the buttery bar and let it drink.
Wherefore, sweetheart? What's your metaphor?
It's dry, sir.
Why, I think so. I am not such an ass, but I can keep my hand dry. But what's your jest?
A dry jest, sir.
Oh, are you full of them?
Aye, sir. I have them at my fingers' ends. Marry now, I'll let go your hand. I am barren.
Oh, knight, thou lackest a cup of canary. Oh, when did I see thee so put down?
Never in your life, I think, unless you see canary put me down. Methinks sometimes I have no more wit than a Christian or an ordinary man has. But I am a great eater of beef, and I believe that does harm to my wit.
No question.
If I thought that, I'd forswear it. I'll ride home tomorrow, Sir Toby.
Pourquoi, my dear knight?
Ooh. What is pourquoi? Do or not do? Would I have bestowed that time in the tongues that I have in fencing, dancing, and bear-baiting? Oh, had I followed the arts?
Then hadst thou had an excellent head of hair.
Why, would that have mended my hair?
Past question, for thou seest it will not curl by nature.
Oh, but it becomes me well enough, does it not?
Excellent. It hangs like flax on a distaff, and I hope to see a housewife take thee between her legs and spin it off.
Your faith, I'll home tomorrow, Sir Toby. Your niece will not be seen, and if she be, it's 4 to 1 that you're none of me. And the Count himself here hard by woos her.
She'll none of the Count. She's not much above her degree, neither in estate, years, nor wit. I have heard her swear it, since there's life in it, man.
I'll stay a month longer. I am a fellow of the strangest mind of the world. I delight in masks and revels sometimes altogether.
Art thou good at these kickshawses, knight?
Who is any man in Illyria, wherever he is, under the degree of my betters, and yet I will not compare with an old man.
What is thy excellent in a galliard, knight?
Your face, I can cut a caper. and I think I have the best back twick, simply as strong as any man in Illyria.
Wherefore are these things hid? Wherefore have these gifts a curtain before them? Why dost thou not go to church in a galliard, and come home in a coranto? My very walk should be a jig. I would not so much as make water, but in a syncopace. What dost thou mean? Is it a world to hide virtues in? I did think, by the excellent constitution of thy leg, it was formed under the star of a galliard.
Nay, it is strong, and it does indifferent well in a flame-coloured stock. Shall we set about some revels?
What else shall we do? Let me see the caper. Yes, excellent.
Cesario, thou knowest no less at all. I have unclasped to thee the book even of my secret soul. Therefore, good youth, address thy gate unto her. Be not denied access. Stand at her doors and tell her, there thy fixed foot shall grow till thou have audience.
Sure, my noble lord, if she be so abandoned to her sorrow as it is spoke, she never will admit me.
Be clamorous, and leap all civil bounds, rather than make unprofited return.
Say I do speak with her, my lord. What then?
Oh, then unfold the passion of my love. Surprise her with the discourse of my dear faith. Shall become thee well to act my woes. She will attend it better in thy youth than in nuncios of more grave aspect.
I think not so, my lord.
Dear lad, believe it, for they shall yet belie thy happy years that say thou art a man. Diana's lip is not more smooth and rubious. Thy small pipe is as the maiden's organ, shrill and sound, and all is semblative of a woman's part. I know thy constellation is right apt for this affair. Prosper well in this, and thou shalt live as freely as thy lord to call his fortunes thine.
I'll do my best to woo your lady. Yet a barful strife, whoe'er I woo myself would be his wife.
Madam, there is at the gate a young gentleman, much desires to speak with you.
From the Count Orsino, is it?
I know not, madam. 'Tis a fair young man, and well attended.
Who of my people hold him in delay?
Sir Toby, madam, your kinsman.
Oh, fetch him off, I pray you. He speaks nothing but madmen fie on him. Go you, Malvolio. If it be a suit from the Count, I am sick, or not at home, what you will to dismiss it.
Madam, yon young fellow swears he will speak with you.
Sorry.
I told him you were sick.
Ah, and he seems to have a foreknowledge of that too, and therefore comes to speak with you. What is to be said to him, lady? He's fortified against any denial.
Tell him he shall not speak with me.
I has been told so, and he's your door like a sheriff's post.
What kind of man is he?
Why, of mankind.
Of what manner of man?
Of mankind.
Of what personage?
Of mankind. Oh, not yet old enough for a man, nor young enough for a boy. As a squash is before it is a pest card, or a codling when 'tis almost an apple. 'Tis with him in standing water between boy and man. He is very well fed and speaks very shrewishly. One would think his mother's milk was scarce out of him.
Let him approach. Call him my gentlewoman.
A gentlewoman, my lady calls.
Give me my veil. Come, throw it o'er my face. We'll once more hear Orsino's embassy.
The honourable lady of the house, which is she?
Speak to me, I shall answer for her. Your will?
Most radiant, exquisite, and unmatchable beauty, I pray you tell me if this be the lady of the house, for I never saw her. I would loath to cast away my speech, besides that it is excellently well penned. I have taken great pains to con it. Good beauties, let me sustain no scorn. I am very comfortable, even to the last sinister usage.
Whence came you, sir?
I can say little more than I have studied, and that questions out of my part. Good gentle one, give me modest assurance, if you be the lady of the house, that I may proceed in my speech.
Are you a comedian?
No, my profound heart, and yet by the very fangs of malice I swear, I am not what I play. Are you the lady of the house?
If I do not usurp myself, I am.
Most certain, if you are she, you do usurp yourself, for what is yours to bestow is not yours to reserve. But this is from my commission. I will on with my speech in praise of your beauty, and then show you the heart of my message.
Come to what is important in it. I forgive you the praise.
Alas, I took great pains to study it. 'Tis poetical.
It is the more like to be feigned. I pray you, Keep it in. I heard you were saucy at my gates, and allowed you to approach rather to wonder at you than to hear you. If you be not mad, be gone. If you have reason, be brief. 'Tis not that time of moon with me to make one in so skipping a dialogue.
Will you hoist your sail, sir? Here lies the way.
No, good swabber, I am to hull here a little longer. Some mollification for your giant, sweet lady. Tell me your mind. I am a messenger.
Sure, you have some hideous matter to deliver when the courtesy of it is so fearful. Speak your office.
It alone concerns your ear. I bring no overture of war, no taxation of homage. I hold the olive in my hand. My words are as full of peace as matter.
Yet you began rudely. What are you? What would you?
The rudeness that hath appeared in me have I learned from my entertainment. What I am and what I would are as secret as maidenhead to your ears divinity, to any others profanation.
Give us the place alone. We will hear this divinity. Now, sir, what is your text?
Most sweet lady.
A comfortable doctrine, and much may be said of it. Where lies your text?
In Orsino's bosom.
In his bosom? In what chapter of his bosom?
To answer by the method, in the first of his heart.
Oh, I have read it. It is heresy. Have you no more to say?
Good madam, let me see your face.
Have you any commission from your lord to negotiate with my face? You are now out of your text. But we will draw the curtain and show you the picture. Look you, sir, such a one I was this present. Is it not well done?
Excellently done, if God did all.
'Tis in grain, sir. 'Twill endure wind and weather.
'Tis beauty truly blent, whose red and white nature's own sweet and cunning hand laid on. Lady, you are the cruellest she alive, if you will lead these graces to the grave and leave the world no copy.
Oh, sir, I will not be so hard-hearted. I will get out divers schedules of my beauty. It shall be inventoried, and every particle and utensil labelled to my will as item 2 lips indifferent red, item 2 grey eyes with lids to them, item 1 neck, 1 chin, and so forth. Were you sent hither to praise me?
I see what you are. You are too proud. But if you were the devil, you are fair. My lord and master loves you. Oh, such love could be but recompense, though you were crowned the nonpareil of beauty.
How does he love me?
With adorations, fertile tears, with groans that thunder love, with sighs of fire.
Your lord does know my mind. I cannot love him. Yet I suppose him virtuous, know him noble, of great estate, of fresh and stainless youth, in voices well divulged, free, learned, and valiant, and in dimension in the shape of nature, a gracious person. But yet I cannot love him. He might have took his answer long ago.
If I did love you in my master's flame, with such a suffering, oh, such a deadly life, in your denial I would find no sense. I would not understand it.
Why? What would you?
Make me a willow cabin at your gate, and call upon my soul within the house, and write loyal cantons of contemned love, and sing them loud even in the dead of night. Halloo your name to the reverberate hills, and make the babbling gossip of the air cry out, Olivia! Oh, you should not rest between the elements of air and earth, but you should pity me.
You might do much. What is your parentage?
Above my fortunes, yet my state is well. I am a gentleman.
Get you to your lord. I cannot love him. Let him send no more, unless, perchance, you come to me again to tell me how he takes it. Fare you well. I thank you for your pains. Spend this for me.
Oh, I am no feed post, lady. Keep your purse. My master, not myself, lacks recompense. Love, make his heart of flint that you shall love, and let your fervour, like my master's, be placed in contempt. Farewell, fair cruelty.
What is your parentage? Above thy fortunes, yet my state is well, I am a gentleman. I'll be sworn thou art. Thy tongue, thy face, thy limbs, actions and spirit do give thee fivefold blazon. Not so fast, soft, unless the master were a man. How now? Even so quickly may one catch the plague. Methinks I feel this youth's perfections with an invisible and subtle stealth to creep in at mine eyes. Well, let it be. What ho, Malvolio?
Here, madam, at your service.
Run after that same peevish messenger, the county's man. He left this ring behind him, would I or not. Tell him I'll none of it. Desire him not to flatter with his lord, nor hold him up with hopes. I am not for him. If that youth will come this way tomorrow, I'll give him reasons for it. Hie thee, Malvolio.
Madam, I will.
I do I know not what, and fear to find mine eye too great a flatterer for my mind. Fate, show thy force. Ourselves we do not owe. What is decreed must be, and be this so.
Were you not even now with the Countess Olivia?
Even now, sir, on a moderate pace I have since arrived but hither.
She returns this ring to you, sir. You might have saved me my pains to have taken it away yourself. She adds, moreover, that should you put your lord, you should put your lord into a desperate assurance she will none of him. And one thing more, that you never be so hardy to come again in his affairs, unless it be to report your lord's taking of this. Receive it so.
She took the ring of me. I'll none of it.
Come, sir, you peevishly threw it to her, and here well is it should be so returned. If it be worth stooping for, there it lies in your eye. If not, let it be his that finds it.
I left no ring with her. What means this lady? Fortune forbid my outside have not charmed her. She made good view of me, indeed so much that sure methought my eyes had lost her tongue, for she did speak in starts, distractedly. She loves me, sure. The cunning of her passion invites me in this churlish messenger. None of my lord's ring. Why, he sent her none. I am the man. If it be so, as 'tis, poor lady, she were better love a dream. Oh, disguise, I see thou art a wickedness wherein the pregnant enemy does much. How easy is it for the proper false in women's waxen hearts to set their forms. Alas, our frailty is the cause, not we. For such as we are made of, such we be. How will this fadge? My master loves her dearly, and I, poor monster, fond as much on him. And she, mistaken, seems to dote on me. What will become of this? As I am man, my state is desperate for my master's love, as I am woman. Oh, now, alas the day, what thriftless sighs shall poor Olivia breathe? O time, thou must untangle this, not I. It is too hard a knot for me to untie.
Come hither, boy. If ever thou shalt love, in the sweet pangs of it, remember me. For such as I am, all true lovers are, unstayed and skittish in all motions else, save in the constant image of the creature that is beloved. How dost thou like this tune?
Gives the very echo to the seat wherein love is throned.
Thou dost speak masterly. My life upon it, young though thou art, thine eye hath strayed upon some favour that it loves. Hath it not, boy?
A little by your favour.
What kind of woman is't?
Of your complexion.
She is not worth thee then. What years, in faith?
About your years, my lord.
Too old by heaven. Let still the woman take an elder than herself. So where's she to him? So sways she level in her husband's heart. For boy, however we do praise ourselves, our fancies are more giddy and infirm, more longing, wavering, sooner lost and won than woman's are.
I think it well, my lord.
Then let thy love be younger than thyself, or thy affection cannot hold the bent. For women are as roses, whose fair flower, being once displayed, doth fall that very hour.
And so they are. Alas, that they are so, to die even when they to perfection grow.
Once more, Cesario, get thee to yon same sovereign cruelty. Tell her my love, more noble than the world, prizes not quantity of dirty lands. The parts that fortune hath bestowed on her, tell her, I hold as goodly as fortune. But 'tis that miracle and queen of gems that nature pranks in her, attracts my very soul.
But if she cannot love you, sir?
I cannot be so answered.
Sooth, but you must. Say that some lady, as perhaps there is, hath for your love a greater pang of heart as you have for Olivia. You cannot love her. You tell her so. Must she then not be answered?
There is no woman's side can bide the beating of so strong a passion as love doth give my heart. No woman's heart so big to hold so much. They lack retention. Alas, their love may be called appetite. No motion of the liver, but the palate, that suffer surfeit, cloyment and revolt. But mine is all as hungry as the sea, and can digest as much. Make no compare. Between that love a woman can bear me, and that I owe Olivia.
Ay, but I know...
What dost thou know?
Too well what women to men may owe. In faith, they are as true of heart as we. My father had a daughter, loved a man, as it might be perhaps were I a woman, I should your lordship.
And what's her history?
A blank, my lord. She never told her love, but let concealment, like a worm in the bud, feed on her damask cheek. She pined in thought, and with a green and yellow melancholy she sat, like Patience on a monument, smiling at grief. Was not this love, indeed? We men may say more, swear more, but indeed our shows are more than will, for still we prove much in our vows, but little in our love.
But died thy sister of her love, my boy?
I am all the daughters of my father's house, and all the brothers too, and yet I know not. Sir, shall I to this lady?
Aye, that's the theme. To her in haste, give her this jewel. Say my love can give no place, buy no denay.
Save you, gentlemen.
And you, sir?
Dieu vous garde, monsieur.
Et vous aussi, votre serviteur.
Oh, I hope so, sir. You are, and I am yours.
Will you encounter the house? My niece is desirous you should enter, if your trade be to her.
I am bound to your niece, sir. I mean, she is the list of my voyage.
Taste your legs, sir. Put them to motion.
My legs do better understand me, sir, than I understand what you mean by bidding me taste my legs.
I mean to go, sir. To enter.
I will answer you with gate and entrance. But we are prevented. Most excellent, accomplished lady, the heavens rain odours on you.
That youth's a well courtier. Rain odours. Well.
My matter hath no voice to your own most pregnant and vouchsafed ear.
Odours? Pregnant and vouchsafed? I'll get 'em all three ready.
Let the garden door be shut, and leave me to my hearing. Give me your hand, sir.
My duty, madam, and most humble service.
What is your name?
Cesario is your servant's name, fair princess.
My servant, sir. 'Twas never merry world since lowly feigning was called compliment. Your servant to the Count Orsino, youth.
And he is yours, and his must needs be yours. Your servant's servant is your servant, madam.
For him, I think not on him. For his thoughts, would they were blanks rather than filled with me.
Madam, I come to whet your gentle thoughts on his behalf.
By your leave, I pray you. I bade you never speak again of him. But would you undertake another suit? I had rather hear you solicit that than music from the spheres.
Dear lady.
Give me leave, beseech you. I did send after the last enchantment you did here, a ring in chase of you. So did I abuse myself, my servant, and I fear me, you. Under your hard construction must I sit to force that on you in a shameful cunning which you knew none of yours. What might you think? Have you not set mine honour at the stake, and baited it with all the unmuzzled thoughts that a tyrannous heart can think? To one of your receiving enough is shown. A cypress, not a bosom, hideth my heart. So let me hear you speak.
I pity you.
That's a degree to love.
No, not agrees, for 'tis a vulgar proof that very oft we pity enemies.
Why then, methinks 'tis time to smile again. O world, how apt the poor are to be proud. If one should be a prey, how much the better to fall before the lion than the wolf. The clock upbraids me with the waste of time. Be not afraid, good youth, I will not have you. And yet, when wit and youth is come to harvest, your were is alike to reap a proper man. There lies your way, due west.
Then westward ho. Good grace and disposition attend your ladyship. You'll nothing, madam, to my lord by me?
Stay, I prithee, tell me what thou thinkest of me.
That you do think you are not what you are.
If I think so, I think the same of you.
Then think you right. I am not what I am.
I would you were as I would have you be.
Would it be better, madam, than I am? I wish it might, for now I am your fool.
Oh, what a deal of scorn looks beautiful in the contempt and anger of his lip. A murderous guilt shows not itself more soon than love that would seem hid. Love's night is noon. Cesario, by the roses of the spring, by maidenhood, honour, truth, and everything, I love thee so that maugre all thy pride, nor wit nor reason can my passion hide. Do not extort thy reasons from this clause, for that I woo, thou therefore hast no cause, but rather reason thus, with reason fetter. Love sought is good, but given unsought better.
By innocence, I swear, and by my youth, I have one heart, one bosom, and one truth. That no woman has, nor never none shall mistress be of it, save I alone. And so adieu, good madam. Nevermore will I my master's tears to you deplore.
Yet come again, for thou perhaps mayst move that heart which now abhors to like his love. I have sent after him. He says he'll come. How shall I feast him? What bestow of him? For youth is bought more often than begged or borrowed. I speak too loud. Where is Malvolio? He is sad and civil, and suits well for a servant with my fortunes. Where is Malvolio?
He's coming, madam, but in very strange manner. He is sure possessed, madam.
Why, what's the matter? Does he rave?
No, madam. He does nothing but smile. Your ladyship were best to have some guard about you if he come, for sure the man is tainted in his wits.
Go, call him hither. I am as mad as he, if sad and merry madness equal be. How now, Malvolio? Smilest thou? I sent for thee upon a sad occasion. How dost thou, man? What is the matter with thee?
Not black in my mind, though yellow in my leg. It did come to his hands, and commands shall be executed. I think we know the sweet Roman hand.
Wilt thou go to bed, Malvolio?
To bed? Aye, sweetheart, and I'll come to thee.
God comfort thee. Why dost thou smile so and kiss thy hand so oft?
How do you, Malvolio?
At your request, yes, nightingales answer doors.
Why appear you with this ridiculous boldness before my lady?
Oh, be not afraid of greatness. 'Twas well writ.
What meanest thou by that, Malvolio?
Some are born great.
Huh?
Some achieve greatness,
What sayest thou?
and some have greatness thrust upon them.
Oh, heaven restore thee!
Remember who commended thy yellow stockings,
Thy yellow stockings,
and wished to see thee cross-gartered.
cross-gartered.
Go to, thou art made if thou desirest to be so.
Am I made?
If not, let me see thee a servant still.
Why, this is very midsummer madness. Good Maria, let this fellow be looked to. Where's my cousin Toby? Let some of my people have a special care of him. I would not have him miscarry for half my dowry.
Oh, do you come near me now? No worse than Sir Toby to look to me. This concurs directly with the letter. She's purpose that I may appear stubborn to him. For she incites me to do that in the letter. Cast thy humble slough, she says. Be opposite with the kinsman, surly with servants. Let thy tongue tang with arguments of state. Put thyself into the trick of singularity, and consequently sets down the matter how, as a sad face, a reverend carriage, a slow tongue, in the habit of some sir of note, and so forth. But I had limed her. But it was Jove's doing, and Jove make me thankful. And when she went away now, let this fellow be looked to. Fellow, not Malvolio, not after my degree, but fellow. Why, everything adheres together, that no dram of a scruple, no scruple of a scruple, no obstacle, no incredulous or unsafe circumstances. But what can be said? Nothing that can come between me and the full prospect of my hopes. Well, Jove, not I, is the doer of this, and he is to be thanked.
Which way is he, in the name of sanctity? If all the devils of hell be drawn in little, and Legion himself possessed him, yet I'll speak to him.
Here he is! Here he is! Oh, how is it with you, sir?
Go off, I discard you. Let me enjoy my private. Go off.
Lo, how hollow the fiend speaks within him! Did not I tell you? Sir Toby, my lady prays you to have a care of him.
Does she so?
Go to. Peace, peace. Oh, we must deal gently with him. Let me alone. How do you, Malvolio? How is't with you? What, man? Defy the devil. Consider he's an enemy to mankind.
Know what you say?
La, you, and you speak ill of the devil. How he takes it at heart. Pray God, he be not bewitched.
Carry his water to the wise woman.
Marry, and it shall be done tomorrow morning if I live. My lady would not lose him for more than I'll say.
How now, mistress?
Oh, Lord.
Prithee, hold thy peace. This is not the way. Do you not see to move him? Let me alone with him.
And no way but gentleness. Gently, gently. The fiend is rough, and will not be roughly used.
Why, how now, mine boarcock? How dost thou, Chuck?
Oh, sir.
Get him to say his prayers, good Sir Toby. Get him to pray.
My prayers, minx?
No, I warrant you, he will not hear of godliness.
Oh, go hang yourselves all. You are idle, shallow things. I am not of your element. You shall know more hereafter.
Is it possible?
If this were played upon a stage now, I could condemn it as an improbable fiction.
Very genius has taken the infection of the device, man.
Nay, pursue him now, lest the device take air and taint.
Oh, why? We can make him mad indeed.
The house will be much quieter.
Come, we'll have him in a dark room and bound. My niece is already in the belief that he's mad. We must carry it thus, for our pleasure and his penance, till our very pastime, tired out of breath, prompt us to have mercy upon him. at which time we will bring the device to bar and crown thee for a finder of madmen. But see,
I have said too much unto a heart of stone, and laid mine honour too unchary out. There's something in me that reproves my fault, but such a headstrong potent fault it is that it but mocks reproof.
With the same haviour that your passion bears goes on my master's grief.
Here, wear this jewel for me. 'Tis my picture. Oh, refuse it not. It has no tongue to vex you. And I beseech you, come again tomorrow. What shall you ask of me that I'll deny, that honour saved may upon asking give?
Nothing but this, your true love for my master.
How, with mine honour, may I give him that which I have given to you?
I will acquit you.
Well, come again tomorrow. Fare thee well. A friend like thee might bear my soul to hell.
At this point, my dear friend Antonio and I arrived in Illyria and took lodgings at the Elephant down by the docks. Antonio had previously fought with the Count Orsino at sea, so stayed at the inn, while I ventured out to explore my new surroundings. Eventually, getting anxious for my safety, Antonio risked the hostile streets of the city and, mistaking my disguised sister for myself, defended her against the petty provocation of the silly Sir Andrew. Meanwhile, my fortunes were certainly looking much more fruitful. See?
Now, sir, have I met you again? There's for you.
Why there's for thee, and there and there? Are all the people mad?
Hold, sir, or I'll throw your dagger o'er the house.
This will I tell my lady straight. I wouldn't be in some of your cause for twopence.
Come on, sir, hold.
Oh, nay, let him alone. I'll go another way to work with him. I'll have an action, a battery against him if there be any law in Illyria, though I struck him first. Yet it's no matter for that.
Oh, let go thy hand.
Come, sir, I will not let you go. Come, my young soldier, put up your iron. You are well fleshed. Come on.
I will be free from thee. What wouldst thou now? If thou darest tempt me further, draw thy sword.
What? Nay, then I must have an ounce or two of this malapert blood from you.
Hold, Toby, on thy life I charge thee, hold.
Madam?
Will it be ever thus, ungracious wretch, fit for the mountains and the barbarous caves where manners ne'er were preached, out of my sight? Be not offended, dear Cesario. Rudesby, be gone. I prithee, gentle friend, let thy fair wisdom, not thy passion, sway in this uncivil and thou unjust extent against thy peace. Go with me to my house, and hear thou there how many fruitless pranks this ruffian hath botched up, that thou thereby may smile at this. Thou shalt not choose but go. Do not deny. Beshrew his soul for me. He started one poor heart of mine in thee.
What relish is in this? How runs the stream? Or I am mad, or else this is a dream. Let fancy still my sense and lead thee steep. If it thus be to dream, still let me sleep.
Nay, come, I prithee. Wouldst thou be ruled by me?
Madam, I will.
Oh, say so, and so be.
This is the air. That is the glorious sun. This pearl she gave me, I do feel it and see it. And though 'tis wonder that enwraps me thus, yet 'tis not madness. Where's Antonio then? I could not find him at the Elephant, yet there he was, and there I found this credit, that he did range the town to seek me out. His counsel now might do me golden service. For though my soul disputes well with my sense that this may be some error, but no madness, yet doth this accident and flood of fortune so far exceed all existence, all discourse, that I am ready to distrust mine eyes and wrangle with my reason that persuades me to any other trust but that I am mad. Or else the lady's mad. Yet, if 'twas so, she could not sway her house, command her followers, take and give back affairs at their dispatch with such a smooth, discreet, and stable bearing as I perceive she does. There's something in't that's deceivable. But here the lady comes.
Blame not this haste of mine. If you mean well, now go with me and with this holy man into the chantry by, there, before him, and underneath that consecrated roof, plight me the most full assurance of your faith, that my most jealous and too doubtful soul may live at peace. He shall conceal it whilst you are willing it shall come to note. What time we will our celebration keep according to my birth. What do you say?
I'll follow this good man and go with you, and having sworn truth, ever will be true.
Then lead the way, good father, and heaven so shine that they may fairly note this act of mine.
Here comes the man, sir, that did rescue me.
That face of his, I do remember well. Yet when I saw it last, it was besmeared as black as Vulcan in the smoke of war. A bawbling vessel was he captain of, for shallow draught and bulk unprizable. With which such scatheful grapple did he make with the most noble bottom of our fleet, that very envy and the tongue of loss cried fame and honour on him. What's the matter?
He did me kindness, sir, drew on my side, but in conclusion put strange speech upon me. I know not what 'twas but distraction.
Notable pirate, thy saltwater thief, what foolish boldness brought thee to their mercies, whom thou in terms so bloody and so dear hath made thine enemies?
Orsino, noble sir, be pleased that I shake off these names you give me. Antonio never yet was thief or pirate, though I confess on base and ground enough Orsino's enemy. A witchcraft drew me hither. That most ungrateful boy there by your side, from the rude seas enraged and foamy mouth did I redeem. A wrack past hope he was. His life I gave him, and did thereto add my love without retention or restraint. All his in dedication. For his sake did I expose myself, and did therefore, for his sake, pure for his love, into the danger of this adverse town, do to defend him when he was beset, where, being apprehended, his false cunning, not meaning to partake with me in danger, taught him to face me out of his acquaintance, and grew a 20 years removed thing, while one would wink. Denied me my own purse, which I had recommended to his use, not half an hour before.
How can this be?
When came he to this town?
Today, my lord. And for 3 months before, no interim, not a minute's vacancy, both day and night did we keep company.
Here comes the Countess. Oh, heaven walks on earth. But for thee, fellow, thy words are madness. 3 months this youth has tended upon me. More on that anon. Take him aside.
What would my lord, but that he might not have wherein Olivia may seem serviceable? Cesario, you do not keep promise with me.
Madam?
Gracious Olivia.
What do you say, Cesario? Good my lord.
My lord would speak. My duty hushes me.
If it be aught to the old tune, my lord, it is as fat and fulsome to mine ear as howling after music.
Still so cruel?
Still so constant, lord.
What, to perverseness, you uncivil lady, to whose ingrate and unauspicious altars my soul the faithfulness offerings hath breathed out, that ere devotion tendered? What shall I do?
Even what it please, my lord, that shall become him.
Why should I not, had I the heart to do it, like to the Egyptian thief at point of death, kill what I love, a savage jealousy that sometimes savours nobly? But hear me this, since you to none regardance cast my faith, and that I partly know the instrument that screws me from my true place in your favour. Live you the marble-breasted tyrant still. But this your minion, whom I know you love, and whom by heaven I swear I tender dearly, him will I tear out of this cruel eye, where he sits crowned in his master's spite. Come, boy, with me. My thoughts are ripe in mischief. Sacrifice the lamb that I do love, despite a raven's heart within a dove.
And I, most jocund, apt and willing to do you rest, 1,000 deaths would die.
Where goes Cesario?
After him I love, more than I love these eyes, more than my life, More by all moors than e'er I shall love wife. If I do feign, you witnesses above punish my life for tainting of my love.
Ay me, detested, how am I beguiled?
Who does beguile you? Who does do you wrong?
Hast thou forgot thyself? Is it so long? Call forth the Holy Father.
Come away.
Whither, my lord? Cesario! Husband! Stay!
Husband?
Aye, husband, can he that deny?
Her husband, sirrah.
No, my lord, not I.
Alas, it is the baseness of thy fear that makes thee strangle thy propriety. Fear not, Cesario. Take thy fortunes up. Be that thou knowest thou art, and then thou art as great as that thou fearest.
O thou dissembling cub, what wilt thou be when time hath sowed a grizzle on thy case? Or will no else thy craft so quickly grow that thine own trip shall be thine own overthrow? Farewell, and take her, but direct thy feet where henceforth thou and I shall never meet.
My lord, I do protest.
Oh, do not swear. Hold little faith, though thou hast too much fear.
Oh, help! Help! For the love of God, a surgeon! Oh, send one presently to Sir Toby.
What's the matter?
He has broke my head across, and has given Sir Toby a bloody coxcomb too. Oh, for the love of God, your help! I had rather than £40 I were at home.
Who has done this, Sir Andrew?
The Count's gentleman, one Cesario. We took him for a coward, but he's a very devil incarnate.
My gentleman, Cesario.
Odd sodlings, here he is. You broke my head across for nothing. And that I did, I was set on to do it by Sir Toby.
Why do you speak to me? I never hurt you. You drew your sword upon me without cause, but I bespake you fair and hurt you not.
If a bloody coxcomb be a hurt, you have hurt me. I think you said nothing by a bloody coxcomb. Oh, here comes Sir Toby, halting. You shall hear more, but if he had not been in drink, he would have tickled you other gates than he did.
How now, gentlemen? How is't with you?
That's all one. Has hurt me, and there's the end of it. Sot, didst see Dick Surgeon, Sot?
Away with him! Who hath made this havoc with them?
Oh, I'll help you, Sir Toby, because we'll be dressed together.
Will you help? An ass head and a coxcomb and a knave, a thin-faced knave, a gull.
Get him to bed, and let his hurt be looked to.
I am sorry, madam, I have hurt your kinsman. But had it been the brother of my blood, I must have done no less with wit and safety. You throw a strange regard upon me. And by that I do perceive it hath offended you. Pardon me, sweet one, even for the vows we made each other but so late ago.
One face, one voice, one habit, and two persons. A natural perspective that is and is not.
Oh, Antonio. Oh, my dear Antonio, how the hours racked and tortured me since I have lost thee.
Sebastian, are you?
Fearest thou that, Antonio?
How have you made division of yourself? An apple cleft in twain is not more twin than these two creatures. Which is Sebastian?
Most wonderful.
Do I stand there? I never had a brother, nor can there be the deity in my nature of here and everywhere. I had a sister whom the blind waves and surges have devoured. Of Charity, what kin are you to me? What countryman? What name? What parentage?
Of Messalin. Sebastian was my father. Such a Sebastian was my brother too, so he went suited to his watery tomb. If spirits can assume both form and suit, you come to fright us.
A spirit I am indeed, but in that dimension grossly clad, from which the womb I did participate. Were you a woman, as the rest goes even, I should my tears let fall upon your cheek and say, thrice welcome, drowned Viola.
My father had a mole upon his brow
And so had mine.
and died that day when Viola from her birthday had numbered 13 years.
Oh, that record is lively in my soul. He finished indeed his mortal like that day that made my sister 13 years.
If nothing lets us to make us happy both, but this my masculine usurped attire, do not embrace me till each circumstance of place, time, fortune do cohere and jump that I am Viola, which to confirm I'll bring you to a captain in this town where lie my maiden weeds, by whose gentle help I was preserved to serve this noble count. All the occurrence of my fortune since hath been between this lady and this lord.
So comes it, lady. You have been mistook, but nature to her bias drew in that. You would have been contracted to a maid, nor are you therein by my life deceived. You are betrothed both to a maid and man.
Be not amazed. Right noble is his blood. If this be so, as yet the glass seems true, I shall have share in this most happy wreck. Boy, thou hast said to me 1,000 times, thou never shouldst loved a woman like to me.
And all those sayings will I overswear, and those swearings keep as true in soul as doth that orbed continent the fire that severs day from night.
Give me thy hand, and let me see thee in thy woman's weeds.
The captain that did bring me first on shore hath my maid's garments. He upon some action is now in durance at Malvolio's suit, a gentleman and follower of my lady's.
He shall enlarge him. Fetch Malvolio hither. Oh, and yet, alas, I now remember me. They say, poor gentleman, he's much distract. My lord, so please you, these things further thought on, to think me as well as sister as a wife. One day shall crown the alliance on it, so please you, here at my house and at my proper cost.
Madam, I am most apt to embrace your offer. Your master quits you, and for your service done him, so much beneath the gentle metal of your sex, so far beneath your soft and tender breeding. And since you called me master for so long, here is my hand. You shall from this time be your master's mistress.
A sister, you are she.
Is this the madman?
Ay, my lord, this same. How now, Malvolio?
Madam, you have notorious wrong.
Have I, Malvolio? No.
Lady, you have. Pray you, peruse that letter. You must not now deny it is in your hand. Write from it if you can, in hand or phrase, or say it is not your seal, not your invention. You can say none of this. Well, grant it then. And tell me in the modesty of honour why you have given me such clear lights of favour, bade me come smiling and cross-gartered to you, to put on yellow stockings and to frown upon Sir Toby and the lighter people. And acting this in an obedient hope, why have you suffered me to be imprisoned, kept in a dark house, visited by the priest, and made the most notorious geck and gull that e'er invention played on? Tell me why.
Alas, Malvolio, this is not my writing, though I confess much like the character. But out of the question, 'tis Maria's hand. And now I do bethink me, it was she first told me thou wast mad. Then camest in smiling and in such forms which here were presupposed upon thee in the letter. Prithee, be content. This practice hath most shrewdly passed upon thee, but when we know the grounds and authors of it, thou shalt be both the plaintiff and the judge of thine own cause.
I'll be revenged on the whole pack of you.
He hath been most notoriously abused.
Pursue him, and entreat him to a peace. He hath not told us of the captain yet. When that is known, and golden time convents, solemn combination shall be made of our dear souls. Meantime, sweet sister, we will not part from hence. Cesario, come, for so you shall be while you are a man, but when in other habits you are seen, Orsino's mistress, and his fancy's queen.
Thank you to our lovely, fabulous Twelfth Night cast and Mark, their director. Now, that was the last of our Shakespeares for the weekend, but we've still got a few little more titans of literature before we close our programme, and we'll be starting with Charles Dickens. Now, Dickens was a master of characterisation and created so many wonderful characters, it's been difficult to choose who to showcase this weekend. So in the next section, we focus on 3 novels with 3 very different young men as the protagonist, with an array of colourful supporting casts. And it's pretty much from those supporting casts that we found our pieces. So in our first 2 extracts, we view marital bliss through the eyes of 2 very different couples. David Robbins introduces us to Mr. Bumble and Widow Corney from Oliver Twist, before John Mortley shines a light on the marvellous Mantalinis from Nicholas Nickleby. We end the section with a beautiful piece of Great Expectations read by Andy Hewitt, which illustrates that though the course of true love never does run smooth, it can turn out all right in the end. And to give a little more theatrical authenticity to Mr. Dickens, we're also privileged to have James Hall and Charlie McDowell on hand to take us back to the good old days of Victorian Music Hall. Charlie will sing Daisy Bell, and James starts the whole thing off with Henery the Eigth. Do join in if you know the words, or even if you don't. No one's listening.
You don't know who you're looking at, well have a look at me. I'm a bit of a knob, I am, belong to royalty. I'll tell you how it came about. I married Widow Birch, and I was King of England when I toddled out the church. Outside the people started shouting hip hooray. Said I get down upon your knees, it's coronation day. I'm Henery the Eigth, I am Henery the Eigth, I am. I got married to the widow next door. She's been married 7 times before. Everyone was a Henery. She wouldn't have a Willie or a Sam. I'm her 8th old man named Henery. I'm Henery the 8th, I am. Now at the Waxford exhibition not so long ago, I was sitting among the kings, I made a lovely show. To good old Queen Elizabeth I shouted, "Watch you, Liz," while people poked my ribs and said, "I wonder who this is." One said, "It's Charlie Peace," and then I got the spike. I shouted, "Show your ignorance, as waxy as you like." I'm Henery the 8th, I am Henery the 8th, I am. I got married to the widow next door. She's been married 7 times before. Everyone was a Henery. She wouldn't have a Willie or a Sam. I'm her 8th old man named Henery. I'm Henery the 8th, I am.
Thanks so much, James. And here is the lovely David, aka Mr. Bumble.
How do you do? The reading I'm going to give you is taken from Oliver Twist by Charles Dickens, and it's from chapter 23, and it tells how Mr. Bumble the Beadle makes overtures towards Mrs. Corney, who is the matron of the workhouse in which Oliver Twist was born. The night was bitter cold, bleak, dark, and piercing cold. It was a night for the well-housed and fed to draw round the bright fire and thank God they were at home, and for the homeless, starving wretch to lay him down and die. Many hunger-worn outcasts close their eyes in our bare streets at such times, who can hardly open them in a more bitter world. Such was the aspect of out-of-door affairs when Mrs. Corney, the matron of the workhouse which was the birthplace of Oliver Twist, sat herself down before a cheerful fire in her own little room and glanced with no small degree of complacency at a small round table on which stood a tray of corresponding size, furnished with all the necessary materials for the most grateful meal that matrons enjoy. In fact, Mrs. Corney was about to solace herself with a cup of tea. Mrs. Corney smiled. Well, I'm sure we have all of us a great deal to be grateful for, a great deal, if we did but know it. Mrs. Corney shook her head mournfully, as if deploring the mental blindness of those paupers who did not know it, and thrusting a silver spoon into a 2-ounce tin tea caddy, proceeded to make the tea. How slight a thing will disturb the equanimity of our frail minds. The black teapot, being very small and easily filled, ran over while Mrs. Corney was moralizing, and the water slightly scalded Mrs. Corney's hand. Drat the pot! A little stupid thing that only holds a couple of cups. What use is it of it to anybody except a poor desolate creature like me? She had just tasted her first cup when she was disturbed by a soft tap at the room door. Oh, come in with you. Some of the old women dying, I suppose. They always die when I'm at my meals. Don't stand there, letting the cold air in, don't. What's amiss now, eh? Nothing, ma'am, nothing, replied a man's voice. Dear me, is that Mr. Bumble? At your service, ma'am, said Mr. Bumble, who had been stepping outside to rub his shoes clean and to shake the snow off his coat, and who now made his appearance. Shall I shut the door, ma'am? The lady modestly hesitated to reply, lest there should be any impropriety in holding an interview with Mr. Bumble within closed doors. Mr. Bumble, taking advantage of the hesitation and being very cold himself, shut it without permission. Hard weather, Mr. Bumble. Hard indeed, ma'am. Anti-parochial weather, this, ma'am. We have given away, Mrs. Corney, we have given away a matter of 20 quartern loaves and a cheese and a half this very blessed afternoon, and yet them paupers are not contented. Of course not. When would they be, Mr. Bumble? When indeed, ma'am? Why, here's one man that, in consideration of his wife and large family, has a quartern loaf and a good pound of cheese, full weight. Is he grateful, ma'am? Is he grateful? Not a cup of farthing's worth of it. What does he do, ma'am, but ask for a few coals? If it's only a pocket handkerchief full, he says. Coals? What would he do with coals? Toast his cheese with them and then come back for more. That's the way with these people, ma'am. Give them an apron full of coals today, and they'll come back for another the day after tomorrow as brazen as alabaster. I never see anything like the pitch it's got to. The day afore yesterday, a man, you have been a married woman, ma'am, and I may mention it to you, a man with hardly a rag upon his back goes to our overseer's door when he has got company coming to dinner and says he must be relieved, Mrs. Corney. As he wouldn't go away and shocked the company very much, our overseer sent him out a pound of potatoes and half a pint of oatmeal. My heart, says the ungrateful villain, what's the use of this to me? You might as well give me a pair of iron spectacles. Very good, says our overseer, taking him away again. You won't get anything else here. Then I'll die in the streets, says the vagrant. Oh, no, you won't, says our overseer. Ah, that's very good. So like Mr. Granite, wasn't it, Mr. Bumble? Well? Well, ma'am, away he went, and he did die in the street. There's an obstinate pauper for you. It beats anything I could have believed. But don't you think out-of-door relief a very bad thing anyway, Mr. Bumble? You're a gentleman of experience and ought to know. Come. Mrs. Corney, said the beadle, smiling as men smile who are conscious of superior information. Out-of-door relief, properly managed, ma'am, is the parochial safeguard. The great principle of out-of-door relief is to give the paupers exactly what they don't want, and then they get tired of coming. Dear me, well, that is a good one, too. Yes, betwixt you and me, ma'am, that's the great principle. And that's the reason why, if you look at any cases that get into them audacious newspapers, you'll always observe that sick families have been relieved with slices of cheese. That's the rule now, Mrs. Corney, all over the country. But however, said the beadle, stopping to unpack his bundle, These are official secrets, ma'am, not to be spoken of except, as I may say, among the parochial officers such as ourselves. The matron looked from the little kettle to the beadle, who was moving towards the door, and as the beadle coughed, preparatory to bidding her good night, bashfully inquired whether he wouldn't take a cup of tea. Mr. Bumble instantaneously turned back his collar again, laid his hat and stick upon a chair, and drew another chair up to the table. Mrs. Corney rose to get another cup and saucer from the closet. As she sat down, her eyes once again encountered those of the gallant beadle. She coloured and applied herself to the task of making the tea. "Sweet, Mr. Bumble?" inquired the matron, taking up the sugar basin. "Very sweet indeed, ma'am." He fixed his eyes on Mrs. Corney as he said this, and if ever a beadle looked tender, Mr. Bumble was that beadle at that moment. The tea was made and handed in silence. Mr. Bumble, having spread a handkerchief over his knees to prevent the crumbs from sullying the splendour of his breeches, began to eat and drink, varying these amusements occasionally by fetching a deep sigh, which, however, had no injurious effect upon his appetite, but on the contrary rather seemed to facilitate his operations in the tea and toast department. "You have a cat, ma'am, I see, and kittens too, I declare." "I am so fond of them, Mr. Bumble, you can't think. They're so happy, so frolicsome, and so cheerful that they are quite companions for me." "Very nice animals, ma'am, so very domestic." "Oh, yes," rejoined the matron with enthusiasm, "so fond of their home, too, that it's quite a pleasure, I am sure." "Mrs. Corney, ma'am," said Mr. Bumble slowly and marking the time with his teaspoon, "I mean to say this, ma'am, that any cat or kitten that could live with you, ma'am, and not be fond of its home must be a ass, ma'am." "Oh, Mr. Bumble, it's no use disguising the facts, ma'am," said Mr. Bumble, slowly flourishing the teaspoon with a kind of amorous dignity which made him doubly impressive. "I would drown it myself with pleasure." "Then you're a cruel and very hard-hearted man besides." "Hard-hearted, ma'am?" said Mr. Bumble. "Hard?" Mr. Bumble resigned his cup without another word, squeezed Mrs. Corney's little finger as she took it, and inflicting 2 open-handed slaps upon his laced waistcoat, gave a mighty sigh and hitched his chair a very little morsel further from the fire. Mr. Bumble, moving his chair by little and little, soon began to diminish the distance between himself and the matron, and continuing to travel around the outer edge of the round table, brought his chair in time close to that in which the matron was seated. Indeed, the 2 chairs touched, and when they did so, Mr. Bumble stopped. Mrs. Corney remained where she was and handed Mr. Bumble another cup of tea. "Hard-hearted, Mrs. Corney?" said Mr. Bumble, stirring his tea and looking up in the matron's face. "Are you hard-hearted, Mrs. Corney?" "Dear me, what a very curious question from a single man. What can you want to know for, Mr. Bumble?" The beadle drank his tea to the last drop, flourished a piece of toast, whisked the crumbs off his knees, wiped his lips, and deliberately kissed the matron. "Mr. Bumble, I shall scream." Mr. Bumble made no reply, but in a slow and dignified manner put his arm around the matron's waist. As the lady had stated her intention of screaming, of course she would have screamed at this additional boldness, but that the exertion was rendered unnecessary by a hasty knocking at the door, which was no sooner heard than Mr. Bumble darted with much agility to the wine bottles and began dusting them with great violence, while the matron sharply demanded who was there. "If you please, ma'am," said a withered old female pauper, hideously ugly, putting her head in at the door, "old Sally is a-going fast." "Well, what's that to me? I can't keep her alive, can I?" "Oh, no, mistress," replied the old woman. "Nobody can. She's far beyond the reach of help. I've seen a many people die little babes and great strong men, and I know when death's a coming well enough. But she's troubled in her mind, and when the fits are not on her, and that's not often, for she's dying very hard, she says she has got something to tell, which you must hear. She'll never die quiet till you come, mistress. At this intelligence, the worthy Mrs. Corney muttered a variety of invectives against old women who couldn't even die without purposely annoying their betters, and muffling herself in a thick shawl which she hastily caught up, briefly requested Mr. Bumble to stay till she came back, lest anything particular should occur. Mr. Bumble's conduct, on being left to himself, was rather inexplicable. He opened the closet, counted the teaspoons, weighed the sugar tongs, closely inspected a silver milk pot to ascertain that it was of the genuine metal, and having satisfied his curiosity on these points, put on his cocked hat cornerwise, and danced with much gravity 4 distinct times around the table. Having gone through this very extraordinary performance, he took off the cocked hat again, and spreading himself before the fire, with his back towards it, seemed to be mentally engaged in taking an exact inventory of the furniture. And thus ends Mr. Bumble's amatory attempt.
Thank you, David. And now, all together now, Charlie's going to entertain us with Daisy Bell.
There is a flower within my heart, Daisy, Daisy, planted one day by a glancing dart, planted by Daisy Bell. Whether she loves me or loves me not, sometimes it's hard to tell. Yet I am longing to share the lot of beautiful Daisy Bell. Daisy, Daisy, give me your answer, do. I'm half crazy, all for the love of you. It won't be a stylish marriage, I can't afford a carriage, but you'll look sweet upon the seat of a bicycle built for two.
That was lovely. Do you remember that one from school? Daisy, Daisy. Sorry, getting a bit carried away now. I'm punch drunk. I've been doing this for 24 hours. Anyway, welcome to John, and thank you to Charlie. John is just getting himself comfy to talk to us all about the marvellous Mantelinis, who I have to say are my favourite characters from Dickens. So that's how they stuck in here. So enjoy. I think he's ready to go now. So Mr. and Mrs. Mantelini, here we come.
This is the fortunes of, and following the Nicholas Nickleby and the fortunes of Miss Nickleby. If you'll wait here a minute, said the man, I'll tell her presently. Having made this promise with much affability, he retired and left Kate alone. There was not much to amuse in the room, of which the most attractive feature was a half-length portrait in oil of Mr. Mantalini, whom the artist had depicted scratching his head in an easy manner, and thus displaying to advantage a diamond ring, the gift of Madame Mantalini before her marriage. There was, however, the sound of voices in conversation in the next room, and as the conversation was loud and the partition thin, Kate could not help discovering that they belonged to Mr. and Mrs. Mantalini. If you will be odiously, damnably, outrageously jealous, my soul, said Mr. Mantalini, you will be very miserable, horrid, miserable, damnation miserable. And then there was a sound as though Mr. Mantalini were sipping his coffee. I am miserable, returned Madame Mantalini, evidently pouting. Oh, then you are an ungrateful, unworthy, demmed, unthankful little fairy, said Mr. Mantalini. Oh, I am not, returned Madame, with a sob. Oh, do not put itself out of humour, said Mr. Mantalini, breaking an egg. It is a pretty, bewitching, demmed little countenance, and it should not be out of humour, for it spoils its loveliness, and makes it cross and gloomy like a frightful, naughty, demmed hobgoblin. I am not to be brought around in that way always, rejoined Madame sulkily. It shall be brought round in any way it likes best, and not brought round at all if it likes that better, retorted Mr. Mantalini with his egg spoon in his mouth. Oh, it's very easy to talk, said Mrs. Mantalini. Not so easy when one is eating a damnation egg, replied Mr. Mantalini, for the yolk runs down the waistcoat. The yolk of eggs does not match any waistcoat but a yellow waistcoat, damn it. You were flirting with her the whole night, said Madame Mantalini, apparently desirous to lead the conversation back to the point from which it had strayed. No, my life. You were, said Madame. I had my eye on you the whole time. Oh, bless the little twinkling, winkling eye. Was it on me all the time? Cried Mantalini in a sort of lazy rapture. Oh, damn it. And I say once more, returned Madame, that you ought not to waltz with anybody but your own wife. And I will not bear it, Mantalini, if I take poison first. She will not take poison and have horrid pains, will she? Said Mantalini, who by the altered sound of his voice seemed to have moved his chair and taken up his position nearer to his wife. Oh, she will not take poison, because she had a demmed fine husband who might have married 2 countesses and a dowager. 2 countesses? Interposed Madame. Oh, you told me 1 before. 2, cried Mantalini. 2 demmed fine women, real countesses and splendid fortunes, damn it. And why didn't you? Asked Madame playfully. Why didn't I? Replied her husband. Had I not seen at a morning concert the demdest little fascinator in all the world? And while that little fascinator is my wife, may not all the countesses and dowagers in England be... Mr. Mantalini did not finish the sentence, but he gave Madame Mantalini a very loud kiss, which Madame Mantalini returned, after which there seemed to be some more kissing mixed up with the progress of the breakfast. And what about cash, my existence jewel? Said Mantalini, when these endearments ceased. How much have we in hand? Very little indeed, replied Madame. Oh, we must have some more, said Mantalini. We must have some discount out of old Nickleby to carry on the war with, damn it. Oh, you can't want any more just now, replied Madame. Oh, my life and soul, returned her husband. There is a horse for sale at Scrubb's, which it would be a sin and a crime to lose. Go in, my senses. Joy for nothing. For nothing? Cried Madame. Oh, I am glad of that. For actually nothing, replied Mantalini. 100 guineas down will buy him, mane and crest and legs and tail, all of the demdest beauty. I will ride him in the park before the very chariots of the rejected countesses. The demmed old dowager will faint with grief and rage. The other 2 will say, he is married, he has made away with himself. It is a damned thing, it is all up. They will hate each other damnably and wish you dead and buried. Damn it. Madame Mantalini's prudence, if she had any, It was not proof against these triumphal pictures. After a little jingling of keys, she observed that she would see what was in her desk, what it contained, and rising for that purpose, opened the folding door and walked into the room where Kate was seated. "Oh, dear me, child!" exclaimed Madame Mantalini, recoiling in surprise. "How came you here?" "Child?" cried Mantalini, hurrying in. "How came... Demmit, how d'ye do?" "I have been waiting here some time, ma'am," said Kate, addressing Madame Mantalini. "The servant must have forgotten to let you know that I was here, I think." "Oh, you really must see to that man," said Madame, turning to her husband. "He forgets everything. I will twist his demmed nose off his countenance for leaving such a very pretty creature all alone by herself," said her husband. "Mantalini," cried Madame, "you forget yourself." "Oh, I don't forget you, my soul, and never shall and never can," said Mantalini, kissing his wife's hand and grimacing aside to Miss Nickleby, who turned away. Appeased by this compliment, the lady of the business took some papers from her desk, which she handed over to Mr. Mantalini, who received them with great delight. She then requested Kate to follow her, and after several feints on the part of Mr. Mantalini to attract the young lady's attention, they went away, leaving that gentleman extended at full length on the sofa, with his heels in the air and a newspaper in his hand.
Great Expectations, Chapter 59, the final one. For 11 years I had not seen Joan or Biddy with my bodily eyes, though they had both been often before my fancy in the East. When upon an evening in December, an hour or two after dark, I laid my hand softly on the latch of the old kitchen door. I touched it so softly that I was not heard, and looked in unseen. There, smoking his pipe in the old place by the kitchen firelight, as hale and as strong as ever, though a little grey, sat Joe. And there, fenced into the corner with Joe's leg, and sitting on my own little stool looking at the fire, was I again. "We give him the name of Pip for your sake, dear old chap," said Joe, delighted when I took another stool by the child's side, but I did not rumple his hair. "And we hoped he might grow a little bit like you, and we think he do." I thought so too, and I took him out for a walk next morning, and we talked immensely, understanding one another to perfection. And I took him down to the churchyard and set him on a certain tombstone there, and he showed me from that elevation which stone was sacred to the memory of Philip Pirrip, late of this parish, and also Georgiana, wife of the above. "Biddy," said I, when I talked with her after dinner, as her little girl lay sleeping in her lap, "you must give Pip to me one of these days, or lend him at all events." "No, no," said Biddy gently. "You must marry." "Oh, so Herbert and Clara say, but I don't think I shall, Biddy. I have so settled down in their home that it's not at all likely. I am already quite an old bachelor." Biddy looked down at her child and put its little hand to her lips, and then put the good matronly hand with which she had touched it into mine. There was something in the action and in the light pressure of Biddy's wedding ring that had a very pretty eloquence in it. "Dear Pip," said Biddy, "you are sure that you don't fret for her?" "Oh no, I think not, Biddy. Tell me, as an old friend, have you quite forgotten her?" "My dear Biddy, I have forgotten nothing in my life that ever had a foremost place there, and little that ever had any place there. But that poor dream, as I once used to call it, has all gone by. All gone by, Biddy." Nevertheless, I knew while I said those words that I secretly intended to revisit the site of the old house that evening alone for her sake. Yes, even so, for Estella's sake. I had heard of her as leading a most unhappy life, and as being separated from her husband, who had used her with great cruelty, and who had become quite renowned as a compound of pride, avarice, brutality, and meanness. And I had heard of the death of her husband, from an accident consequent on his ill treatment of a horse. This release had befallen her some 2 years before. For anything I knew, she was married again. The early dinner hour at Joe's left me an abundance of time, without hurrying my talk with Biddy, to walk over to the old spot before dark. But what with loitering on the way to look at old objects and to think of old times, the day had quite declined when I came to the place. There was no house now, no brewery, no building whatever left but the wall of the old garden. The cleared space had been enclosed with a rough fence, and looking over it, I saw that some of the old ivy had struck root anew and was growing green on low, quiet mounds of ruin. A gate in the fence standing ajar, I pushed it open and went in. A cold, silvery mist veiled the afternoon, and the moon was not yet up to scatter it. But the stars were shining beyond the mist, and the moon was coming, and the evening was not dark. I could trace out where every part of the old house had been, and where the brewery had been, and where the gate, and where the casks. I had done so, and was looking along the desolate garden walk, when I beheld a solitary figure in it. The figure showed itself aware of me as I advanced. It had been moving towards me, but it stood still. As I drew nearer, I saw it to be the figure of a woman. As I drew nearer yet, it was about to turn away when it stopped and let me come up with it. Then it falters as if much surprised, and I uttered my name, and I cried out, "Estella! I am greatly changed. I wonder you know me." The freshness of her beauty had indeed gone, but its indescribable majesty and its indescribable charm remained. Those attractions in it I had seen before. What I had never seen before was the saddened, softened light of the once proud eyes. What I had never felt before was the friendly touch of the once insensible hand. We sat down on a bench that was near, and I said, "After so many years, is it strange that we should thus meet again, Estella? Here where our first meeting was? Do you often come back?" "I have never been here since." "Nor I." The moon began to rise, and I thought of the placid look at the white ceiling which had passed away. The moon began to rise, and I thought of the pressure on my hand when I had spoken the last words he had heard on earth. Estella was the next to break the silence that ensued between us. "I have very often hoped and intended to come back, but have been prevented by many circumstances. Poor old place." The silvery mist was touched with the first rays of the moonlight, and the same rays touched the tears that dropped from her eyes. Not knowing that I saw them, and setting herself to get the better of them, she said quietly, "Were you wondering, as you walked along, how it came to be left in this condition?" "Yes, Estella." "The ground belongs to me. It is the only possession that I have not relinquished. Everything else has gone from me, little by little. But I have kept this. It was the subject of the only determined resistance I made in all the wretched years." "Is it to be built on?" "At last it is. I came here to take leave of it before its change." "And you," she said, in a voice of touching interest to a wanderer, "you live abroad still?" "Still." "And do well, I am sure." "I work pretty hard for a sufficient living, and therefore, yes, I do well." "I have often thought of you," said Estella. "Have you?" "Of late, very often. There was a long, hard time when I kept far from me the remembrance of what I had thrown away when I was quite ignorant of its worth. But since my duty has not been incompatible with the admission of that remembrance, I have given it a place in my heart. You have always held your place in my heart, I answered. And we were silent again, until she spoke. I little thought, said Estella, that I should take leave of you in taking leave of this spot. I am very glad to do so. Glad to part again, Estella? To me, parting is a painful thing. To me, the remembrance of our last parting has been ever mournful and painful. But you said to me, returned Estella very earnestly, God bless you. God forgive you. And if you could say that to me then, you will not hesitate to say that to me now. Now, when suffering has been stronger than all other teaching and has taught me to understand what your heart used to be. I have been bent and broken, but I hope into a better shape. Be as considerate as good to me as you were, and tell me we are friends. We are friends, said I, rising and bending over her as she rose from the bench. And we will continue friends apart, said Estella. I took her hand in mine, and we went out of the ruined place, and as the morning mists had risen long ago when I first left the forge, so the evening mists were rising now, and in all the broad expanse of tranquil light they showed to me, I saw no shadow of another parting from her.
My dear Bishop, how good of you to come. Allow me to introduce myself, Richard de Beauchamp, Earl of Warwick, at your service.
Your lordship's name is well known to me.
This reverend cleric is Master John de Stogumber.
John Bowyer Spencer Neville de Stogumber, at your service, my lord, Bachelor of Theology and Keeper of the Private Seal to His Eminence, the Cardinal of Winchester.
You call him the Cardinal of England, I believe, our King's uncle.
Monsieur John de Stogumber, I am always the very good friend of His Eminence.
Do me the honour to be seated. Well, my Lord Bishop, you find us in one of our unlucky moments. Charles is to be crowned at Rheims, practically by the young woman from Lorraine. And I must not deceive you, nor flatter your hopes. We cannot prevent it. I suppose it will make a great difference to Charles's position.
Undoubtedly. It is a masterstroke of the maid.
We were not fairly beaten, my lord. No Englishman is ever fairly beaten.
Our friend here takes the view that the young woman is a sorceress. It would, I presume, be the duty of your reverend lordship to denounce her to the Inquisition and have her burnt for that offence?
If she were captured in my diocese, yeah.
Just so. Now, I suppose there can be no reasonable doubt that she is a sorceress?
Not the least. An arrant witch.
We are asking for the bishop's opinion, Monsieur John.
We shall have to consider not merely our own opinions here, but the opinions, the prejudices, if you like, of a French court.
A Catholic court, my lord.
Catholic courts are composed of mortal men like other courts, however sacred their function and inspiration may be. And if the men are Frenchmen, as the modern fashion calls them. I am afraid that the bare fact that an English army has been defeated by a French one will not convince them that there is any sorcery in the matter.
What? Not when the famous Sir Talbot himself has been defeated and actually taken prisoner by a drab from the ditches of Lorraine.
Yes, John Talbot, we all know, is a fierce and formidable soldier, monsieur, but I have yet to learn that he is an able general. And though it pleases you to say that he has been defeated by this girl, some of us may be disposed to give a little of the credit to Dunois.
Ah, the bastard of Orleans.
Let me remind you.
I know what you're going to say, my lord. Dunois defeated me at Montague.
I take that as evidence that the Signor Dunois is a very able commander indeed.
Your lordship is the flower of courtesy. I admit on our side that Talbot is a mere fighting animal and that it's probably served him right to be taken at party.
My lord, at Orleans this woman had her throat pierced by an English arrow and was seen to cry like a child from the pain of it. It was a death wound, yet she fought all day, and when our men had repulsed all her attacks like true Englishmen, she walked alone to the wall of our fort with a white banner in her hand. And our men were paralysed and could neither shoot nor strike, whilst the French fell on them and drove them onto the bridge, which immediately burst into flames and crumbled around them, letting them down the river, where they were drowned in heaps. Was this your bastard's generalship, or were those flames the flames of hell conjured up by witchcraft?
You will forgive Monsieur John's vehemence, my lord, but he has put our case. Dunois is a great captain, we admit, but why could he do nothing until the witch came?
I do not say that there were no supernatural powers on her side, but the names on that white banner were not the names of Satan and Beelzebub, but the blessed names of our Lord and his holy mother. And your commander, who was drowned, Glasdale, I think you call him?
Glasdale. Sir William Glasdale.
Glasdale, thank you. He was no saint, and many of our people think that he was drowned for his blasphemies against the maid.
Well, what are we to infer from all this, my lord? Has the maid converted you?
If she had, my lord, I should have known her better than to have trusted myself here within your grasp.
Oh, my lord.
If the devil is making use of this girl, and I believe he is.
Aha! You hear, Monsieur John? I knew your lordship would not fail us. Pardon my interruption. Proceed.
If it be so, the devil has longer views than you give him credit for.
Indeed. In what way? Listen to this, Monsieur John.
If the devil wants to damn a country girl, do you think so easy a task would cost him the winning of half a dozen battles? Oh, no, my lord. Any trumpery imp could do that much if the girl could be damned at all. The Prince of Darkness does not condescend to such cheap drudgery. When he strikes at the Catholic Church, whose realm is the whole spiritual world. When he damns the souls of the entire human race. Against that dreadful design, the Church stands ever on guard. And it is as one of the instruments of that design that I see this girl. She is inspired, but diabolically inspired.
I told you she was a witch.
She is not a witch. She is a heretic.
What difference does it make?
You, a priest, ask me that? Oh, you English are strangely blunt in the mind. All of these things that you call witchcraft are capable of a natural explanation. The woman's miracles would not impose on a rabbit. She does not claim them as miracles herself. What do her victories prove but that she has a better head on her shoulders than your swearing Glasdales and Mad Bull Talbots, and that the courage of faith even though it be a false faith, will always outstay the courage of wrath.
Does your lordship compare Sir John Talbot, 3 times governor of Ireland, to a mad bull?
It would not be seemly for you to do so, Monsieur John, as you are still 6 removes from a barony. But as I am an earl, Talbot is only a knight, I may make bold to make the comparison. My lord, I wipe the slate as far as the witchcraft goes, but nonetheless, we must burn the woman.
I cannot burn her. The church cannot take life, and my first duty is to seek this girl's salvation.
No doubt. But you do burn people occasionally.
No. When the church cuts off an obstinate heretic as a dead branch from the tree of life, the heretic is handed over to the secular arm. The church has no part in what the secular arm may see fit to do.
Precisely. And I shall be the secular arm in this case. Well, my lord, hand over your dead branch, and I will see the fire is ready for it. If you will answer for the church's part, I will answer for the secular part.
I can answer for nothing. You great lords are too prone to treat the church as a mere political convenience.
Not in England, I assure you.
No, in England more than anywhere else. No, my lord, the soul of this village girl is of equal value with yours or your king's before the throne of God, and my first duty is to save it. I will not suffer your lordship to smile at me as if I were requesting a meaningless form of words, and it were well understood between us that I shall betray this girl to you. I am no mere political bishop. My faith is to me what your honour is to you, and if there be a loophole through which this baptized child of God can creep to her salvation, I shall guide her to it.
You are a traitor!
You lie, priest! If you dare do what this woman has done, set your country against the Holy Catholic Church, you shall go to the fire with her.
My lord, I went too far.
My lord, I apologise to you for the word used by Monsieur John de Stogumber. It does not mean in England what it does in France. In your language, traitor means betrayer. One who is perfidious, treacherous, unfaithful, disloyal. In our country, it means simply one who is not wholly devoted to our English interests.
I am sorry. I did not understand.
I must apologise on my own account if I have seemed to take the burning of this poor girl too lightly. When one has seen whole countrysides burnt over and over again as mere items in military routine, one has to grow very thick-skinned. Otherwise, one might go mad. At all events, I should. May I venture to assume that your lordship also, having to see so many heretics burned from time to time, is compelled to take, shall I say, a professional view of what would otherwise be a very horrible incident?
Yes, it is a painful duty, even as you say, a horrible one. But in comparison with the horror of heresy, it is less than nothing. I am not thinking of this girl's body, which will suffer for a few moments only, and which must in any event die in some more or less painful manner, but of her soul, which may suffer to all eternity.
Just so, and God grant that her soul may be saved. But the practical problem would seem to how to save her soul without saving her body. For we must face it, my lord, if this cult of the maid goes on, our cause is lost.
May I speak, my lord?
Really, Monsieur John, I would rather you did not, unless you can keep your temper.
It is only this. I speak under correction, but the maid is full of deceit. She pretends to be devout. Her prayers and confessions are endless. How can she be accused of heresy when she neglects no observation of a faithful daughter of the church?
A faithful daughter of the church? Oh, the Pope himself at his proudest dare not presume as this woman presumes. She acts as if she herself were the church. She brings a message of God to Charles, and the church must stand aside. She will crown him in the cathedral at Rheims. She, not the church. She sends letters to the King of England, giving him God's command through her to return his island on pain of God's vengeance, which she will execute. Let me tell you that the writing of such letters was the practice of the accursed Mohammed, the Antichrist. Has she ever, in all her utterances, said one word of the church? Never. It is always God and herself.
What can you expect? A beggar on horseback? Her head is turned.
Who has turned it? The devil, and for a mighty purpose. He is spreading this heresy everywhere. The man, Huss, bound only 13 years ago at Constance, infected all Bohemia with it. A man named Wycliffe, himself an anointed priest, spread the pestilence in England. And you, to your shame, you let him die in his bed. We have such people here in France, too. I know the breed. It is cancerous. If it be not cut out, stamped out, burnt out, it will not stop until it has brought the whole body of human society into sin and corruption, into waste and ruin. By it, an Arab camel driver drove Christ and his church out of Jerusalem and ravaged his way west like a wild beast, until at last there stood only the Pyrenees and God's mercy between France and damnation. Yet what did the camel driver do at the beginning more than the shepherd girl is doing? He had his voices from the angel Gabriel. She has her voices from St. Catherine and St. Margaret and the Blessed Michael. He declared himself the messenger of God and wrote in God's name to the kings of the earth. Her letters to them are going forth daily. It is not the mother of God to whom we now must look for intercession, but to Joan the maid. What will the world be like when the church's accumulated knowledge and wisdom and experience, its counsels of the learned, venerable, pious men are thrust into the kennel by every ignorant labourer or dairymaid whom the devil can puff up with a monstrous self-conceit of being directly inspired from heaven? It will be a world of blood, of fury, of devastation, of each man striving for his own hand. In the end, a world wrecks back into barbarism. For now, you have only Mohammed and his dupes, and the maid and her dupes. But what will it be when every girl thinks herself a Joan and every man a Mohammed? I shudder to the very marrow of my bones when I think of it. I have fought it all my life, and I will fight it to the end. Let all of this woman's sins be forgiven her, except only this sin. For it is the sin against the Holy Ghost, and if she does not recant in the dust before the world and submit herself to the last inch of her soul to her church, to the fire she shall go if she once falls into my hands.
You feel strongly about it, naturally.
Do not you?
I am a soldier, not a churchman. As a pilgrim, I saw something of the Mahometans. They were not so ill-bred as I have been led to believe. In some respects, their conduct compares favourably with ours.
Oh, I have noticed this before. Men go to the east to convert the infidels, and the infidels pervert them. The crusader comes back more than half a Saracen, not to mention that all Englishmen are born heretics.
Englishmen heretics? My lord, must we endure this? His lordship is beside himself. How can what an Englishman believes be heresy? It is a contradiction in terms.
I absolve you, Monsieur de Stoutenberg, on the grounds of invincible ignorance. The thick air of your country does not breed theologians.
You would not say so if you heard us quarrelling about religion, my lord. I am sorry. You think I must be either a heretic or a blockhead, because as a travelled man, I know that the followers of Muhammad profess great respect for our Lord and are more ready to forgive St. Peter for being a fisherman than your lordship is to forgive Muhammad for being a camel driver. But at least we can proceed in this matter without bigotry.
When men call the zeal of the Christian church bigotry, I know what to think.
There are only east and west views of the same thing.
Only east and west? Only?
Oh, my lord bishop, I am not gainsaying you. You will carry the church with you, but you have to carry the nobles also. To my mind, there is a stronger case against the maid than the one you have forcibly put. Frankly, I am not afraid of this girl becoming another Mahomet and superseding the church by a great heresy. I think you exaggerate that risk. But have you noticed that in these letters of hers, she proposes to all the kings of Europe, as she has already pressed on Charles, a transaction which would wreck the whole social structure of Christendom?
Wreck the church, I tell you so.
My lord, pray get the church out of your head for a moment, and remember that there are temporal institutions in the world as well as spiritual ones. I and my peers represent the feudal aristocracy as you represent the church. We are the temporal power. Well, do you not see how this girl's ideas strike at us?
How does her idea strike you, except as it strikes at all of us?
Her idea is that the kings should give their realms to God and then reign as God's bailiffs.
Oh, quite sound theologically, my lord. But the king will hardly care, provided he reigns. It is an abstract idea, a mere form of wealth.
By no means. It is a cunning device to supersede the aristocracy and make the king's soul an absolute autocrat. Instead of the king being merely the first among his peers, he becomes their master. That we cannot suffer. We call no man master. Nominally, we hold our lands and dignities from the king because there must be a keystone to the arch of human society. But we hold our lands in our own hands and defend them with our own swords and those of our own tenants. Now, by the maid's doctrine, the king will take our lands, and make them a present to God, and God will then vest them wholly in the king.
Need you fear that? You are makers of kings, after all. You're called Lancaster in England, Lancaster or Valois in France. They reign according to your pleasure.
Yes, but only as long as the people follow their feudal lords and know the king only as a travelling show, owning nothing but the highway that belongs to everybody. If the people's thoughts and hearts were turned to the king, and their lords became only the king's servants in their eyes, the king could break us across his knee one by one, and then what should we be but liveried courtiers in his hall?
Still, you need not fear, my lord. Some men are born kings, and some are born statesmen. The two are seldom the same. Where would the king find counsellors to plan and carry out such a policy for him?
Perhaps in the church, my lord. Strike down the barons, and the cardinals will have it all their own way.
My lord, we shall not defeat the maid if we strive against one another. I know well that there is a will to power in this world. I know that while it lasts, there will be a struggle between the Emperor and the Pope, between the dukes and the political cardinals, between the barons and the kings. The devil divides us and governs. I see you are no friend to the church. You are an earl, first and last, as I am a churchman, first and last. But can we not sink our differences in the face of a common enemy? I see now that what is in your mind is not that this girl has never once mentioned the church and thinks only of God and herself, but that she has never once mentioned the peerage and thinks only of the king and herself.
Quite so. These two ideas of hers are the same idea at bottom. It goes deep, my lord. It is the protest of the individual soul against the interference of priest or peer between the private man and his God. I should call it Protestantism if I had to have a name for it.
You understand it wonderfully well, my lord. Scratch an Englishman and find a Protestant.
I think you are not entirely void of sympathy with the made secular heresy, my lord. I leave you to find a name for it.
You mistake me, my lord. I have no sympathy with her political presumptions. But as a priest, I have gained a knowledge of the minds of the common people, and there you will find yet another most dangerous idea. I can express it only by phrases such as France for the French, England for the English, Italy for the Italians, Spain for the Spanish, and so forth. It is sometimes so narrow and bitter in country folk that it surprises me that this country girl can rise above the idea of her village for its villagers. But she can. She does. When she threatens to drive the English from the soil of France, she's undoubtedly thinking of the whole extent of the country in which French is spoken. To her, the French-speaking people are what the Holy Scripture describes as a nation. Call this side of heresy nationalism, if you will. I can find no better name for it. I can only tell you that it is essentially anti-Catholic and anti-Christian. For the Catholic Church knows only one realm, and that is the realm of Christ's kingdom. Divide that kingdom into nations, and you dethrone Christ. Dethrone Christ, and who will stand between our throats and the sword? The world will perish in a welter of war.
Well, if you will burn the Protestant, I will burn the nationalist. Though perhaps I shall not carry Monsieur John with me there. England for the English will appeal to him.
Certainly England for the English goes without saying. It is the simple law of nature. But this woman denies to England her legitimate conquests given her by God because of her peculiar fitness to rule over less civilized races for their own good. I do not understand what your lordship mean by Protestant and nationalists. You are too learned and subtle for a poor clerk like myself. But I know as a matter of plain common sense that the woman is a rebel, and that is enough for me. She rebels against nature by wearing man's clothes and fighting. She rebels against the church for usurping the divine authority of the Pope. She rebels against God by her damnable league with Satan and his evil spirits against our army. And all these rebellions are only excuses for her great rebellion against England. That is not to be endured. Let her perish, let her burn, let her not infect the whole flock. It is expedient that one woman die for the people.
My lord, we seem to be agreed.
I will not imperil my soul. I will uphold the justice of the church. I will strive to the utmost for this girl's salvation.
I am sorry for the girl. I hate these severities. I will spare her if I can.
I would burn her with my own hands.
Sancta simplicitas.
Well, thank you very much, John and Simon and Alex, for that. Just to put that little piece into some context, as none of you would have heard the introduction because technology has beaten me today. That was a piece from St. Joan, and as we are hurtling towards the end of the event, we wanted to return to all those themes of love being linked with power, love of country, love of God, as well as the romantic stuff, all of which demonstrated at their very best in Shaw's St. Joan. So thank you, John and Simon and Alex, for showing us that little piece between the Earl of Warwick and the Bishop of Beauvais. And thank you also to our Dickensians, who were uniformly wonderful, and I hope you did all join in with those songs. I know I did, rather too loudly. So thank you also to our lovely audience for visiting TTC online for this Valentine's Day event. We're not quite done yet, but I need to disappear. So I just want to say what a privilege it's been to work with this wonderful 80-strong company over the weekend. The event will be available to view on YouTube when we're finished. And if you've enjoyed what you've seen, do please consider making a donation towards the upkeep of the fabulous Hampton Hill Theatre via our website, teddingtontheatreclub.org.uk. So that's me, Lottie Walker, signing off. I'm handing over to the lovely Sally to take us into our final section, which is truly romantic. And I wish you all a very, very happy Valentine's Day.
Thank you, Lottie, for that handover, and thank you, John, Simon and Alex, for the wonderful reading. Very, very enjoyable. So, from a theme of religious love, we're now moving back to the theme that's traditionally celebrated on this very special day, romantic love. And who better to demonstrate this than the very, very wonderful Jane Austen? We're going to start with a reading of 2 letters written by Jane. The first is a real letter and was written by Jane to her sister Cassandra. It's going to be read by Heather Stockwell. The second letter is fictional and is, some would say, the most romantic letter ever written. It is, of course, taken from Jane's novel Persuasion, and it's written by Captain Wentworth to Anne Eliot, and it's going to be read by Tom Noonan. We're then going to present our final play for the weekend, which is, of course, Pride and Prejudice. The play was written by Mrs. Steele Mackay and is based on Jane's novel of the same name. We've assembled a truly stellar cast to round off our weekend, and they're all ready and waiting in the wings, including our very own Jane Austen, Hannah Lobley, who's going to be our narrator. There will be a short interval between Acts 2 and 3, during which you'll hear the wonderful voice of Julie Thomas, followed by the very talented James Hall playing a piece written by John Field. James is also going to lead us into the play immediately after Tom has finished reading the letter from Captain Wentworth. So, without further ado, I'm going to hand over to Heather, who will then hand over to Tom. Thank you.
A letter from Jane Austen to her sister Cassandra. Steventon, Thursday, January the 16th, 1796. I have just received yours and Mary's letter, and I thank you both, though their contents might have been more agreeable. I do not at all expect to see you on Tuesday, since matters have fallen out so unpleasantly. And if you are not able to return till after that day, it will hardly be possible for us to send for you before Saturday, though, for my own part, I care so little about the ball that it would be no sacrifice to me to give it up for the sake of seeing you 2 days earlier. We are extremely sorry for poor Eliza's illness. I trust, however, that she has continued to recover since you wrote, and that you will none of you be the worse for your attendance on her. What a good-for-nothing fellow that Charles is to bespeak the stockings. I hope he will be too hot all the rest of his life for it. I sent you a letter yesterday to Ibthorpe, which I suppose you will not receive at Kintbury. It was not very long or very witty, and therefore, if you never receive it, it does not much signify. I wrote principally to tell you that the Coopers were arrived and in good health. The little boys very like Dr. Cooper, and the little girl is to resemble Jane, they say. Our party to Ash tomorrow night will consist of Edward Cooper, James, for a ball is nothing without him, Buller, who is now staying with us, and I. I look forward with great impatience to it, as I rather expect to receive an offer from my friend in the course of the evening. I shall refuse him, however, unless he promises to give away his white coat. I am very much flattered by your commendation of my last letter, for I write only for fame, and without any view to pecuniary emolument. Edward is gone to spend the day with his friend, John Lyford, and does not return till tomorrow. Anna is now here. She came up in her chaise to spend the day with her young cousins, but she does not much take to them or do anything about them except Caroline's spinning wheel. I am very glad to find from Mary that Mr. and Mrs. Fowle are pleased with you. I hope you will continue to give satisfaction. How impertinent you are to write to me about Tom, as if I had not the opportunities of hearing from him myself. The last letter that I received from him was dated on Friday the 8th, and he told me that if the wind should be favourable on Sunday, which it proved to be, they were to sail from Falmouth on that day. By this time, therefore, they are at the Barbados, I suppose. The Rivers are still at Manydown, and are to be at Ash tomorrow. I intended to call on them as big as yesterday, had the weather been tolerable. Caroline, Anna, and I have just been devouring some cold sus, and it would be difficult to say which enjoyed it the most. Tell Mary that I make over Mr. Hartley and all his estate to her for her sole use and benefit in future, and not only him, but all my other admirers into the bargain wherever she can find them, even the kiss which C. Powlett wanted to give me, as I mean to confine myself in future to Mr. Tom Lefroy, for whom I don't care sixpence. Assure her also, as a last and indubitable proof of Warren's indifference to me, that he actually drew that gentleman's picture for me and delivered it to me without a sigh. Friday. At length, the day is come on which I am to flirt my last with Tom Lefroy, and when you receive this, it will be over. My tears flow as I write at the melancholy idea. William Shute called here yesterday. I wonder what he means by being so civil. There is a report that Tom is going to be married to a Lichfield lass. John Lyford and his sister bring Edward home today, dine with us, and we shall go together to Ash. I understand that we are to draw for partners. I shall be extremely impatient to hear from you again, that I may know how Eliza is, and when you are to return. With best love, etc., I am affectionately yours, J. Austen.
I can listen no longer in silence. I must speak to you by such means as are within my reach. You pierce my soul. I am half agony, half hope. Tell me not that I am too late, that such precious feelings are gone forever. I offer myself to you again with a heart even more your own than when you almost broke it, 8.5 years ago. Dare not say that man forgets sooner than woman, that his love has an earlier death. I have loved none but you. Unjust I may have been, weak and resentful I have been, but never inconstant. You alone brought me to Bath. For you alone I think and plan. Have you not seen this? Can you fail to have understood my wishes? I have waited, even these 10 days. Could I have read your feelings, as I think you must have penetrated mine? I can hardly write. I am every instant hearing something which overpowers me. You sink your voice, but I can distinguish the tones of that voice when they would be lost on others. Too good, too excellent creature, you do us justice indeed. You do believe that there is true attachment and constancy among men. Believe it to be most fervent, most undeviating, in F.W.
am Jane Austen, and this is Pride and Prejudice, a play by Mrs. Steele Mackay, founded on my novel of the same name, and introducing
Mr. Bennet of Longbourn.
an odd mixture of sarcastic humour, reserve, and caprice, fond of the country and of books.
Mrs. Bennet.
A woman of mean understanding, little information, and uncertain temper. The business of her life was to get her daughters married.
Jane, eldest daughter of Mr. and Mrs. Bennet.
She united a composure of temper and a uniform cheerfulness of manner, always pleading allowances and urging the possibility of mistakes.
Elizabeth, their second daughter.
Her face was rendered uncommonly intelligent by the beautiful expression of her dark eyes, a lively, playful disposition which delighted in anything ridiculous.
Lydia, their youngest daughter.
A fine complexion and a good-humoured countenance, a favourite with her mother, whose affection had brought her into public at an early age.
Mr. Collins, a cousin of Mr. Bennet, and next in the entail of Longbourn estate.
Grave and stately, with manners very formal, a mixture of pride, obsequiousness, self-importance, and humility.
Sir William Lucas, an intimate friend and neighbour of the Bennets.
Formerly in trade at Meryton, now retired from business.
Charlotte Lucas, daughter of Sir William and Lady Lucas.
A sensible, intelligent young woman, Elizabeth's intimate friend.
Lady Lucas, the wife of Sir William.
Not too clever to be a valued neighbour to Mrs. Bennet.
Mr. Darcy, of Pemberley, Derbyshire.
Possessed of handsome features, noble mien, and 10,000 a year. Some people call him proud, but I'm sure I never saw anything of it.
Mr. Bingley of Netherfield, Hertfordshire, Darcy's friend.
Just what a young man ought to be. Sensible, good-humoured and lively. Such happy manners with perfect good breeding.
Miss Caroline Bingley, sister of Mr. Bingley.
A very fine lady, but proud and conceited.
Lady Catherine de Bourgh, aunt of Darcy and patroness of Mr. Collins.
Her air was not conciliating. Whatever she said was spoken in so authoritative a tone as marked her self-importance.
Colonel Fitzwilliam, cousin to Darcy.
Not handsome, but in person and addressed most truly the gentleman.
Colonel Forster, the colonel of the regiment stationed at Medicine.
Mr. Wickham, an officer in the regiment.
Endowed with a fine countenance, a good figure, and a very pleasing address, as false and deceitful as he is insinuating.
Mr. Denny, an officer in the regiment.
Act 1. 1776. The drawing room at Longbourn. Glass doors open onto a terrace. It is winter, and coals are burning in the fireplace. On one side of the room, a door opens into the library. On the other, a door to the hall, the chief entrance of the house. The room is handsomely furnished. Mr. and Mrs. Bennet are sitting on either side of the table. Mrs. Bennet is knitting, and Mr. Bennet is reading.
My dear Mr. Bennet, did you not hear me? Did you know that Netherfield Park is let at last? Do you not want to know who has taken it?
You want to tell me, and I have no objection to hearing it.
Why, my dear, you must know Lady Lucas says that Netherfield is taken by a young man of large fortune from the north of England. His name is Bingley, and he is single, my dear. Think of that, Mr. Bennet. A single man of large fortune, £4,000 or £5,000 a year. What a fine thing for our girls.
How so? How can it affect them?
My dear Mr. Bennet, how can you be so tiresome? You must know that I'm thinking of his marrying one of them.
Is that his design in settling here?
Design? Nonsense, how can you talk so? But it is very likely that he will fall in love with one of them, and therefore you must visit him as soon as you can. Consider your daughters, Mr. Bennet. Only think what an establishment it would be for one of them. Sir William and Lady Lucas are determined to go merely on that account. Indeed, you must go, for it will be impossible for us to visit him if you do not.
You are over-scrupulous, surely. I dare say Mr. Bingley will be very glad to see you, and I will send a few lines to assure him of my hearty consent to his marrying whichever girl he chooses. Although I must throw in a good word for my little Lizzie.
I desire you will do no such thing. Lizzie is not a bit better than the others. She's not half as handsome as Jane, nor as good-humoured as Lydia. But you're always giving her the preference.
Well, not unless she deserves it, my dear. But in this particular instance, my poor little Lizzie is the only one who is unprovided for. Lydia and the others belong in the schoolroom. And you tell me that Mr. Collins has already spoken for Jane?
Oh, that odious Mr. Collins. I wish he'd never come here. I wish I might never hear his name again.
Mr. Collins odious? You surprise me. I thought he had won your full approval.
Oh, well, since he had to be your cousin, and since you will not do anything about the entail, I suppose it will be a mercy if he does marry Jane. But I do think, Mr. Bennet, it is the hardest thing in the world that we have no son of our own, so that your property has to be entailed away from your own wife and children. So if you should die, we may all be turned out of the house whenever this Mr. Collins pleases. He certainly does seem to have all the luck in the world. He has just got this good living from that grand lady, Lady Catherine de Bourgh.
But, my dear, that will soon be your luck as well. You forget that your daughter is to profit by it.
Well, perhaps. I don't know about that. But I do know that it is too monstrous that after you are gone, I shall be forced to make way for this man and live to see him master in this house.
My dear, do not give way to such gloomy thoughts. Let us hope for better things. Let us flatter ourselves that I might be the survivor.
If it was not for the entail, I should not mind it.
What should you not mind?
I should not mind anything at all.
Oh, let us be thankful that you are preserved from a state of such insensibility. But it certainly is a most iniquitous affair, and nothing can clear Mr. Collins from the guilt of inheriting Longbourn. However, you know he is doing his best to mend matters. He has not only handsomely apologised for his fault, but he has now assured us of his readiness to make every possible amends by marrying one of the girls. Surely, my dear, you must acknowledge that this plan is excessively generous on his part.
Well, I suppose it might be worse.
Oh, yes, decidedly worse. With Jane so well settled and a single man like Mr. Bingley in prospect, I think you should be quite cheerful.
Mr. Bingley? We shall never know Mr. Bingley. Oh, Mr. Bennet, you take delight in vexing me. You have no compassion on my poor nerves.
You mistake, my dear. I have a high respect for your nerves. They are my old friends. I have heard you mention them with consideration these 20 years at least.
You do not know what I suffer.
Lydia burst into the room, followed by Jane.
Oh, that horrid practice! Jane does keep me at it. I'm tired to death.
Does your head ache, Mamma?
Of course my head aches. Your father is so teasing. I cannot persuade him to call on Mr. Bingley at Netherfield, so I suppose we shall never know him.
But you forget, Mamma, we shall meet him at the assemblies, and Lady Lucas has promised to introduce him.
Do not believe Lady Lucas will do any such thing. She has daughters of her own. She is a selfish, hypocritical woman, and I have no opinion of her.
No more have I. And I am glad to find that you do not depend on her serving you.
I may have to depend on her after all, Mr. Bennet, since you will do nothing to help me. Don't keep coughing, Lydia, for heaven's sake. Have a little compassion on my nerves.
Lydia has no discretion in her coughs. She times them ill.
Do you not cough for my own amusement, Papa? Jane, when is your next ball?
Tomorrow fortnight.
So it is. And Lady Lucas does not come back till the day before. So you see, it will be impossible for her to introduce Mr. Bingley, for she will not know him herself.
Then, my dear, you may have the advantage of your friend, and you can introduce Mr. Bingley to her.
Impossible, Mr. Bennet, when I am not acquainted with him myself. How can you be so teasing?
I honour your circumspection. A fortnight's acquaintance is certainly very little. But if we do not venture, somebody else will, and if you decline the office, I will take it upon myself.
Oh, nonsense, nonsense. I am sick of Mr. Bingley.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. But why did you not tell me so before? If I had known as much as a week ago, I certainly should not have called upon him.
What? You've already called upon him? Oh, how good in you, my dear Mr. Bennet.
It is very unlucky, but as I have actually paid the visit, and as he will very likely return it at any time and bring his friend, Mr. Darcy, with him, we cannot now avoid the acquaintance of Mr. Bingley and his party.
Oh, my dear Mr. Bennet, I was sure you loved your girls too well to neglect such an acquaintance. Well, how pleased I am. And it was such a good joke that you should already have paid Mr. Bingley a visit and never said a word about it.
Yes, well, I must go into the library, I think. And you, Lydia, you can cough as much as you choose.
Mr. Bennet leaves the room.
What an excellent father you have, girls. I do not know how you will ever make him amends for his kindness, or me either for that matter. At our time of life, it is not so pleasant to be making new acquaintances every day, but for your sakes, we would do anything. Where is Lizzie? Lydia, my love, where is your sister?
Oh, she is out walking with Charlotte Lucas and that dismal Mr. Collins.
Lizzie, out walking with Mr. Collins? Why didn't you go, Jane?
Oh, I had to practice with Lydia.
I'm sure I would have forgiven you, Jane. What is Mr. Collins here for, Mamma? I'm sure I caught Mr. Wickham and Colonel Forster laughing at him the day we went to Meryton. Why does Papa have a cousin like that?
He really cannot help it. It is the entail, my love. But I hope that all you girls will be very civil to him. Jane especially.
I, Mamma?
Yes, my love. You see...
Elizabeth enters by the terrace doors. She pauses a moment before speaking to Mrs. Bennet.
What is it, Mamma? What is the matter?
Nothing. Hush. What have you done with Mr. Collins?
Oh, Mr. Collins is safe. He's gone round to the library.
How providential.
But look, see here. I have brought Mr. Wickham and Charlotte with me.
Oh, Mr. Wickham.
Mr. Wickham.
How do you do, Mrs. Bennet? This is indeed a pleasure. Miss Jane Bennet. I am so glad to see you. You are not with our party. And of course, Miss Lydia. Why do you never come to Meryton? Mr. Denny is quite downcast.
La, Mr. Denny.
And many others beside him, Miss Lydia.
Well, 'tis an age since we saw you, Mr. Wickham. What have you been doing?
Colonel Forster keeps me so busy that I have no time for enjoyment.
Yes, Mr. Wickham bears all the marks of an harassed and overworked man.
Thank you, Miss Elizabeth. You have given me the very terms I needed. You see before you Mrs. Bennet, an harassed and overworked man. Miss Elizabeth will bear witness that I was on my way to a business appointment when I yielded to temptation and went off for a walk with her and Miss Lucas and their irreproachable escort.
And Miss Elizabeth will also testify that you yielded with the celerity and ease of long practice.
But in this case, who was the tempter?
I will admit that Mr. Collins was partially responsible.
Come, Lizzie. You've been talking to Mr. Wickham all the morning. Now let some of the rest of us have a chance. You must stay to dinner, Mr. Wickham.
I wish I might. That is indeed a temptation. But you know, Miss Elizabeth has just reminded me of my duty.
Oh, nobody ever minds Lizzie.
Truly, I cannot today, Mrs. Bennet. It is too bad, but I'm here to meet Colonel Forster on important business at the Drake Farm.
Well, I am very sorry.
I might bring Colonel Forster in for a few moments on the way back. That is if we return this way.
Oh, yes, do.
Yes, indeed. Tell Colonel Forster we should be delighted to see him.
Thank you, I will. But now I really must be gone. Good morning, Miss Bennet, Miss Lydia. Good morning, Miss Lucas. You must let me hear more about those clever plans of yours. I'm vastly interested in them. Good morning, Miss Elizabeth. You must try to temper your justice with mercy the next time I join you in a walk. Do you know, Mrs. Bennet, that you always remind me of one of my old schoolboy phrases, Filiae pulchri, mater pulchrior. Goodbye.
He runs off laughing and has only gone a few steps when Lydia runs out and calls to him.
Oh, Mr. Wickham!
Wickham turns. Lydia runs to him and whispers something in his ear. Wickham laughs, then shakes his finger at her, still laughing, and goes off. Lydia stops outside and watches him.
Really, Mamma, I think you should speak to Lydia. She is too forward.
Nonsense, you're jealous.
Jealous? Of Lydia?
Well, she is no more forward than any of you. All you girls are crazy about Mr. Wickham, but I can't wonder at it. He certainly is a most engaging young man. What were those French words he said to me as he went out, Lizzie?
They were Latin, dear. He paid a very charming compliment to our pretty mamma. He said, "The daughters are lovely, but the mother is lovelier." You know Papa always says that you are handsomer than any of us.
My dear Lizzie, I certainly have had my share of beauty, but I don't pretend to be anything extraordinary now.
Mr. Collins enters.
Oh, Mr. Collins, there you are.
Oh, I do not find Mr. Bennet in the library, madam. Do you know where he is?
Why, really, Mr. Collins, I can't imagine. Did you enjoy your walk?
Oh, most assuredly, madam. The beauties of nature, not only in the landscape, but also in the blooming countenance of my fair companions, Miss Bennet and Miss Lucas, made our expedition a peculiarly enjoyable one.
Well, I'm very glad of it, I'm sure. Jane, Lydia, we haven't told Lizzie and Charlotte the news.
Oh, what news, Mamma?
Oh, nothing of consequence, Lizzie. Only your father has just told us that we may expect a visit at any time from our new neighbour, Mr. Bingley, and that friend of his who is stopping with him.
Oh, Mr. Bingley! Oh, that will be entertaining. Do you not think so, Mr. Collins?
What? Excuse me, Miss Elizabeth. On what subject did you ask my opinion?
I asked you if you didn't think it was a very pleasant thing to meet new neighbours.
Oh, most assuredly, Miss Elizabeth, if those neighbours are possessed of those qualifications which redound to their own credit and to the edification of their friends. Otherwise, as a clergyman, I must hesitate in my approval. You realise, I am sure, Mrs. Bennet, the caution which should ever be exercised where my amiable young cousins are concerned.
Oh, yes, Mamma. You really should be cautious.
Nonsense. Why, my dear Mr. Collins, we found out all about them. Mr. Bingley and Mr. Darcy are connected with some of the most respectable families in England.
Mr. Darcy! Mr. Fitzwilliam Darcy! Oh, my dear madam, can it be possible that you are to be honoured by a visit from him? Respectable indeed! Why, he is the nephew of my noble patroness, Lady Catherine de Bourgh. It is true that I have never yet had the honour of meeting him, but he frequently visits his aunt, and she has promised to bring him on some occasion to inspect my humble abode. I am surprised indeed by this civility on his part. I only fear that there may be some mistake, for Mr. Darcy has the reputation of possessing a very natural pride of birth. But if your information is indeed to be relied upon, I think Lady Catherine would consent to my approval of this visit, provided my fair cousins will keep in mind the proper attitude of respectful humility which should be assumed toward a person of his superior station.
We will promise you, Mr. Collins, never for one instant to forget either Mr. Darcy's exalted position or our own insignificance.
Oh, with that assurance, Miss Elizabeth, I think even Lady Catherine would be satisfied. So I need no longer withhold my sanction.
Oh, we thank you, sir.
This is the very attitude of mind I could desire. Mrs. Bennet, I think with your permission I will now retire again to the library. Miss Jane, there was a volume of Fordyce's sermons that you may remember I was reading to you in this room yesterday. I do not find it in the library. Do you know where it is?
I have not seen it, Mr. Collins. I shall try to find it for you.
No, Lydia will find it. Lydia, my love, go and see if you can find the sermons for Mr. Collins.
Oh, Mrs. Bennet, I'm quite sure that I saw the book in the hall. I will go fetch it.
On no account, Charlotte. Lydia will find the book. Lizzie, go and get the mud off your shoes.
Oh, I will not trouble any of you ladies.
It is no trouble, Mr. Collins. Charlotte, if you will come with me, I have a parcel I should like to send to your mother.
But I assure you, madam...
Mrs. Bennet, Charlotte and Lydia leave the room, followed by Mr. Collins.
Miss Bennet, do you realise the honour which is so soon to fall upon our humble home and our gratefully humble selves?
Oh, Lizzie!
Do you really grasp in its full insignificance the fact that we may soon be honoured by a visit from Mr. Bingley of Netherfield and Mr. Fitzgerald Darcy, nephew of the Lady Catherine de Bourgh?
Oh, Lizzie, Mr. Collins is a little pompous, but he seems a very well-meaning young man. Indeed, sometimes quite agreeable.
No one can be anything but agreeable in the mind of our dear Jane. This time, however, I quite agree with you. I am as delighted as papa with Mr. Collins. I can see that his mixture of civility and importance promises well.
And I think Mr. Bingley and Mr. Darcy promise well. If the half of what our neighbours say is true, Mr. Bingley will give us all sorts of gaieties. Who knows? We may find him as entertaining as Mr. Wickham.
As Mr. Wickham? Oh, then, dear Jane, we shall be rich indeed. For hospitality, Mr. Bingley. For conversation, Mr. Wickham. For grandeur, Mr. Darcy. And the agreeable Mr. Collins.
Oh, Lizzie, can you not let the poor man alone?
Oh, with all my heart, I will gladly let him alone. You shall have him all to yourself. If only Mr. Collins knew your good opinion of him. But he is too modest to find it out for himself.
Oh, Lizzie, you are a tease.
The butler enters to announce that the two gentlemen from Netherfield have just brought their horses into the paddock.
Show them in, Harris, and speak to Mrs. Bennet at once.
Harris bows and goes out.
They have come soon, Lizzie. Really, this is very civil in them.
It's uncommonly civil. Oh, come with me, Jane. I must make myself tidy. Mud and dirty petticoats for Mr. Darcy. Oh, that would never do.
Jane and Lizzie run off laughing. There is a short pause. Mr. Bingley and Mr. Darcy enter. Darcy is very quiet, with an air of scornful hauteur. Bingley, by contrast, has a gracious and animated manner. They are alone to await Mr. Bennet and the ladies.
You know, Darcy, I believe that was George Wickham we saw just now, going toward the Drake farm.
I think there is no doubt of it.
What is he doing here?
Oh, probably it is his regiment which is stationed at Meryton.
No, Darcy, you don't mean it. Why, confound it, if I had had any notion of that, I would have...
I think we need mind Wickham.
But I do mind. To think that I should bring you into the neighbourhood of that rascal, of that...
He must live somewhere, I suppose.
Yes, unfortunately. But Darcy, you are a puzzle to me. You are indeed. How can you speak with any charity of a man who for years abused the patience and generous kindness of your father, and who so lately has attempted against your family the most dastardly action that I
We have
cannot
already
forgive?
said too much of George Wickham. I prefer not to discuss him further. Bingley, I entirely understand your indignation. Indeed, I share it so fully that I dare not trust myself to think of the man's villainy. It is better that I say nothing of him, even to you.
I am sure. I beg your pardon, Darcy.
It is rather for me to ask yours.
Rather pretty place, this, isn't it?
Very small.
But what has size to do with it? I think we're in luck to have such charming neighbours. You know, we saw two of the young ladies going through the lane the other day. Why, Darcy, one of them is the most beautiful creature I have ever beheld, and the other, the one with the dark eyes, now she is uncommonly pretty. Don't you think so?
She is tolerable, but fine eyes cannot change family connections.
What do you mean?
I think I've heard you say that their uncle is an attorney in Meryton.
Yes.
And that they have another in London who lives somewhere near Cheapside.
If they had uncles enough to fill all Cheapside, it wouldn't make them one jot less handsome.
But it must materially lessen their chances of marrying men of any consideration in the world.
Marrying? You go fast, Darcy.
Perhaps, but I'm in no humour to give consequence to young ladies. I'm here to please you, Bingley, and knowing your disposition, I think it is just as well that I came.
Bingley is about to reply when the door opens and Mrs. Bennet enters, followed by Jane and Elizabeth.
Good morning, gentlemen. I'm so sorry that Mr. Bennet has gone for his walk.
Good morning, Mrs. Bennet. I am Mr. Bingley, your new neighbour at Netherfield. This is my friend, Mr. Darcy of Pendleton, Derbyshire. Mr. Bennet has been so kind as to call upon us, and we are most happy to have the honour of waiting upon the ladies of his family.
We are delighted to see you, I'm sure. Mr. Bingley, Mr. Darcy, these are my eldest daughters, Miss Jane Bennet and Miss Elizabeth Bennet. Will you not be seated, gentlemen? I'm sure you must like Netherfield, Mr. Bingley. I do not know a place in the country that is equal to Netherfield. You will not think of quitting it in a hurry, I hope, though you have but a short lease.
Oh, whatever I do is done in a hurry, Mrs. Bennet, and therefore if I should resolve to quit Netherfield, I should probably be off in 5 minutes. At present, however, I consider myself as quite fixed here.
It is very pleasant to have Netherfield open once more, although you must both miss London. There is so much gaiety in London.
Yes, in a country neighbourhood you move in a confined and unvarying society.
But people themselves alter so much that there is something new to be observed in them forever.
Then you are a study of character, Miss Elizabeth. It must be an amusing study.
Yes, Lizzie always likes to watch people. And there are plenty of people about, even if you do live in the country. The country is a vast deal pleasanter than London, is it not, Mr. Bingley?
Oh, when I'm in the country, I never wish to leave it. And when I'm in the town, it is pretty much the same. They each have their advantages, and I'm equally happy in either.
Aye, that is because you have the right disposition. But that gentleman seemed to think that the country was nothing at all.
Well, indeed, Mamma, you are mistaken. You quite mistook Mr. Darcy. He only meant that there is not such a variety of people to be met with in the country as in town, which you must acknowledge to be true.
Certainly, my dear, nobody said that there was. But as to not meeting with many people in this neighbourhood, I believe there are few neighbourhoods larger. I know we dine with 24 families.
Yes, there are many fine estates hereabout. Can you see Sir William Lucas's place from the garden? I'm not quite sure I've placed it yet.
Oh, yes, there's a fine view of the chimneys from the terrace. Sir William is our nearest neighbour, such an agreeable man, so genteel and so easy. Come, Jane, we must show Mr. Bingley Sir William's chimneys.
Mrs. Bennet, Bingley and Jane go out upon the terrace.
Would not you also like to see the chimneys, Mr. Darcy?
Thank you. Like yourself, I prefer people to places.
Did I say that?
Not precisely, but I have drawn that conclusion.
Well, I can laugh at people better than places, and I dearly love a laugh.
Isn't that rather a dangerous trait, Miss Bennet? The wisest and the best of men may be rendered ridiculous by a person whose first object in life is a joke.
Certainly. But I hope I never ridicule what is wise or good. Whims and inconsistencies do divert me, I own, and I laugh at them whenever I can. But these, I suppose, are precisely what you are without.
Perhaps that is not possible for anyone. But it has been the study of my life to avoid those weaknesses which often expose a strong understanding to ridicule.
And in your list of weaknesses, do you include such faults as vanity and pride, for instance?
Oh, yes, vanity is a weakness indeed, but pride, where there is a real superiority of mind, pride will always be under good regulation.
I am perfectly convinced, Mr. Darcy, that you have no defect.
I have made no such pretension, Miss Bennet. I have faults enough. My temper I dare not vouch for. I cannot forget the follies and vices of others against myself. My good opinion, once lost, is lost forever.
Well, that is a failing indeed. Implacable resentment is a shade in the character. But you have chosen your fault well. I really cannot laugh at it. You are safe from me.
There is, I believe, in every disposition a tendency to some particular evil, a natural defect which not even the best education can overcome.
And your defect is a propensity to hate everybody?
And yours to willfully misunderstand me.
Voices are heard outside. Elizabeth applies herself to her embroidery. Bingley, Jane, and Mrs. Bennet return from the terrace.
The surrounding country is really charming, Mrs. Bennet.
We think so, but you must give us a ball at Netherfield, Mr. Bingley, and then you will see that some of the people who live here are worth knowing.
Mamma!
Ah?
Certainly, Mrs. Bennet. I've already decided upon it. I told Mr. Darcy only yesterday that as soon as my sister, Miss Bingley, arrived, I should send out my cards. Did I not, Darcy?
I believe you did.
Well, that is vastly good in you, Mr. Bingley, and then perhaps your friend may change his mind about the country. You didn't come to admire Sir William's chimneys, Mr. Darcy.
I was admiring your daughter's work, madam.
Oh, you should see Jane's work. Lizzie is all for books, like her father. She's a great reader, has no pleasure in anything else. Jane, show your embroidered parrot to Mr. Bingley.
I do not think Mr. Bingley would be interested, ma'am.
Oh, indeed I should, Miss Bennet. I'm very much interested in parrots. Pray, show it to me. It's amazing how young ladies can have patience to be so very accomplished as they are. To think how you all put paint tables and cover screens and net purses. It's really quite wonderful.
Do you agree with your friend, Mr. Darcy?
His list of the common extent of accomplishments has too much truth. But I cannot boast of knowing more than half a dozen young ladies in the whole range of my acquaintance that are really accomplished.
Well, then you must comprehend a great deal in your idea of an accomplished woman.
Perhaps. To deserve the word, a woman must have a thorough knowledge of music, singing, drawing, dancing, and the modern languages. She must also possess a certain something in her air and manner of walking, the tone of her voice, her address and expression. And to all this, she must yet add something more substantial in the improvement of her mind by extensive reading.
I am no longer surprised at your knowing only 6 accomplished women. I'd rather wonder at your knowing any.
Harris enters to announce Colonel Forster and Mr. Wickham. The gentlemen follow, smiling.
Here I am again, Mrs. Bennet. I found that Colonel Forster had a message for the young ladies.
I'm delighted to see you. You're just in time to meet our new neighbours, Colonel Forster, Mr. Wickham, Mr. Bingley, Mr. Darcy.
At the sight of Darcy, Wickham starts and is greatly confused. Darcy stiffens and scarcely nods when Wickham is introduced. The whole situation is so marked that everyone looks on with an astonishment, to which Mrs. Bennet gives audible expression.
Well, well, if ever there was a proud, stiff man who just...
Mrs. Bennet, I'm so sorry that we cannot wait for Mrs. Bennet. We were on my way to meet the steward, and we're already late for the appointment.
I'm very sorry you must go, Mr. Bingley, but I hope you will come again. We must engage you soon for dinner.
It'll be a pleasure, yes.
Your best way to the paddock is by the terrace.
As the gentlemen are about to leave, Mr. Collins enters excitedly, putting himself directly in the way of Bingley and Darcy.
My dear Miss Elizabeth, I have this moment found out by a singular accident that there is now in this room a near relation of my patroness, Lady Catherine de Bourgh. Will you present me?
Mr. Bingley, allow me to present my cousin, Mr. Collins. Mr. Darcy, Mr. Collins.
Mr. Darcy, my dear sir, I trust you will pardon me for not having paid my respects before. My total ignorance of your presence here must plead my apology. I was not informed of it. Is there any message, sir, which I could take from you to my honoured patroness, your aunt, or to your fair cousin, Miss de Bourgh?
Thank you. I will not trouble you so far.
Oh, it would be no trouble, but an honour and a privilege.
We're already very late, Bingley.
Yes, we have no time to lose.
Darcy and Bingley go out, followed by Mr. Collins, who keeps by Darcy's side and continues to talking to him, much to his evident annoyance. Wickham remains standing moodily by the fireplace.
Colonel Forster, we shall definitely go to Mrs. Phillips's card party. We shall go. Really, Colonel Forster, you must excuse me to not play for you today. Jane will play for you instead.
Oh, indeed, I cannot, Lizzie.
Oh, please, Jane.
Colonel Forster and Jane move to the piano, leaving Elizabeth and Wickham practically alone. Elizabeth returns to her embroidery. There is an awkward pause for a moment.
How long has Mr. Darcy been in Hertfordshire, Miss Elizabeth?
Only for a very short time, I believe. He comes from Derbyshire, I understand, and has a very large property there.
Yes, his estate is a noble one. Clear 10,000 per annum. I'm well informed on this head. I've been connected with Mr. Darcy's family in a particular manner since my infancy.
Indeed?
You may well be surprised, Miss Elizabeth, for this assertion, after seeing the very cold manner of our meeting just now. Are you much acquainted with Mr. Darcy?
Well, no, though I have heard of him. I met him for the first time today, but even on this short acquaintance, I should take him to be an ill-tempered man.
Miss Elizabeth, you have been a witness of Mr. Darcy's treatment of me today, and therefore I feel that I must, for my own justification, acquaint you with the facts of my past connection with him.
I shall respect your confidence, Mr. Wickham.
I'm sure of it. Mr. Darcy and I were born in the same parish. My own father, who is, to be frank, was steward of the Darcy estates, gave up everything to serve the interests of the Darcy family. Mr. Darcy's father was excessively attached to me. Indeed, I was his godson. He meant to provide for me amply and thought he had done so. I was destined for the church, and Mr. Darcy's father left me a most valuable living. But the present Mr. Darcy chose to ignore his father's will and gave the living to another man. This closed for me the career to which I was most fitted, and left me with almost no means of support.
Good heavens, but how could that be? Why did you not seek legal redress?
There was an informality in the terms of the will, which gave me no hope from the law. Mr. Darcy's father had relied implicitly upon the honour of his son.
But this is quite shocking. Mr. Darcy deserves to be publicly disgraced.
Some time or other he will be, but not by me. Till I can forget his father, I never can defy or expose him.
Well, this feeling does you honour. But what can have induced Mr. Darcy to behave so cruelly?
I must attribute in it some measure to his jealousy. His father's uncommon attachment to me irritated him. The fact is, Miss Elizabeth, as you can see, we are very different men, and he hates me.
His disposition must be dreadful.
I will not trust myself on that subject.
To treat in such a manner the godson, the friend, the favourite of his father. Oh, how abominable.
And yet, Miss Elizabeth, we must try to be just to him. Mr. Darcy has many good qualities. He can be both liberal and generous. He also has a brother's affection and pride, which makes him a careful guardian of his sister.
Oh, he has a sister?
Yes, you will hear him cried up as the most attentive and best of brothers. Oh, Mr. Darcy can please when he chooses. Among those who are his equals, he's a very different man from what he is to the less prosperous.
Oh, contemptible.
Yes, Colonel Forster. Thank you for listening to me. It is hard to be misjudged.
Thank you for your confidence. It is well to know the truth.
Yes, well, Miss Bennet, please be sure to give my mother your best regards. Good morning.
The gentlemen go out. Jane and Elizabeth watch them depart from the window. There is a short pause, after which Mrs. Bennet enters from the hall in a flurry, and Mr. Collins enters from the terrace.
Well, have they gone?
Oh, madam, I am just returned from attending on Mr. Darcy. Ah, such a privilege. He was most condescending. I was able to tell him that Lady Catherine was very well on Saturday night. He is very like Lady Catherine. I am sure you must have been impressed by his distinguished manners.
Well, really, Mr. Collins.
Oh, this meeting is most opportune. Will you kindly step with me onto the terrace for a moment? May I hope, madam, for your interest with your fair daughter Jane in the matter on which we were speaking yesterday, I would solicit the honour of a private audience with her this morning.
Certainly, Mr. Collins, but there have been some changes since then. Some things have happened. I think it is right you should know that Jane is very likely to be soon engaged. But there is Elizabeth. I cannot take it upon myself to say I cannot possibly answer, but I do not know of any prepossession in her case, and I am sure she can have no objection to listen to you.
Then, Miss Elizabeth, let it be, madam. I was struck by her attitude of respectful awe when I mentioned the Lady Catherine de Bourgh. Such modesty and humility of mind cannot but recommend her to my patroness.
Yes, my daughter Elizabeth knows what is proper. She'll be very happy to listen to you. Shall we call her now?
I think, madam, there should be no further loss of time, as my leave of absence extends only to the coming Saturday.
Very well.
They go back inside.
Jane, I want you upstairs. Lizzie, Mr. Collins has something he wishes to say to you.
Dear ma'am, Mr. Collins must excuse me. I was just going away myself.
Now, no nonsense, Lizzie. I decide that you will stay. Mr. Collins has something very particular to say to you, and I insist upon your staying and hearing Mr. Collins. Come, Jane.
Mrs. Bennet and Jane go out.
Believe me, my dear Miss Elizabeth, your modesty, so far from doing you any disservice, rather adds to your other perfections. But allow me to assure you that I have your respected mother's permission for this address. My fair cousin, you must have at least surmised that I am about to ask you to become the companion of my life, and perhaps I had better begin by stating my reasons for this decision before I am run away with by my feelings on this subject.
Oh, I beg, Mr. Collins.
One moment. My reasons for marrying are, first, that I think it a right thing for every clergyman to set the example of matrimony to his parish. Second, I am convinced it will add very greatly to my happiness. Third, it is the particular advice of that very noble lady whom I have the honour of calling patroness.
Believe me, Mr. Collins,
one moment. It remains only to be told why my views were directed to Longbourn instead of to my own neighbourhood. The fact is that being as I am to inherit this estate after the death of your father, who, however, may live many years longer, I could not satisfy myself without resolving to choose a wife from among his daughters, that the loss to them might be as little as possible when the melancholy event took place. This has been my motive, my fair cousin, and I flatter myself it will not sink me in your esteem.
Mr. Collins.
Still one moment more. And now, nothing remains for me but to assure you in the most animated language of the violence of my affection. To fortune I am perfectly indifferent, and you may assure yourself that no ungenerous reproach on that score shall ever pass my lips when we are married.
You are too hasty, sir. You forget that I have made no answer. Accept my thanks for the compliment you are paying me. I am very sensible of the honour of your proposals, but it is impossible for me to do otherwise than decline them.
I am not unmindful of the fact that sometimes a young lady's refusal is repeated a second or even a third time. I am therefore by no means discouraged by what you have just said, and I shall hope to lead you to the altar ere long.
Upon my word, sir, your hope is rather an extraordinary one after my declaration. You must pay me the compliment of believing what I say. I wish you very happy and very rich, and by refusing your hand, do all in my power to prevent you being otherwise. This matter may be considered, therefore, as definitely settled.
One moment. When I do myself the honour of speaking to you next on this subject, I shall hope to receive a more favourable answer.
Really, Mr. Collins, you puzzle me exceedingly. I know not how to express my refusal in such a way as to convince you of it being one.
You must give me leave to flatter myself, my dear cousin, that your refusals of my address are merely words, of course. I shall choose to attribute them to your wish of increasing my love by suspense, according to the usual practice of elegant females.
Please do not consider me now as an elegant female. I would rather be paid the compliment of being believed sincere. To accept your proposal is absolutely impossible. Can I speak plainer?
You are uniformly charming, but I am persuaded that when my proposals are sanctioned by both your parents, they will not fail of being acceptable. Meanwhile, I may perhaps best serve my cause by leaving you to consider the matter by yourself for a while.
He bows and moves to leave. Just as he reaches the door, Mrs. Bennet opens it.
Well, Mr. Collins, are we to congratulate each other? Has all gone as you could wish?
I have every reason to be satisfied, madam. My cousin has indeed steadfastly refused this, my first offer, and with considerable warmth. But this refusal would naturally flow from her bashful modesty. With your influence behind me, I have no doubt of my ultimate success.
Yes, you may depend upon me, Mr. Collins. I will speak to Lizzie myself directly. She's a very headstrong, foolish girl and does not know her own interest, but I will make her know it.
Pardon me, madam, but if she is really headstrong and foolish, I know not whether she would altogether be a very desirable wife to a man in my situation. If, therefore, Miss Elizabeth persists in rejecting my suit, perhaps it were better not to force her into accepting me.
But, sir, you quite misunderstand me. Lizzie is only headstrong in such matters as these. In everything else, she is as good-natured a girl as ever lived. Let me see her alone for a moment. That will be best.
But, madam...
Oh, I shall very soon settle it with her, I am sure.
Mr. Collins goes out. Mrs. Bennet goes quickly to Elizabeth.
Lizzie, what is the meaning of all this? Have you refused Mr. Collins?
Yes, mamma, but please listen.
No, I will not listen. I tell you what, Miss Lizzie, if you take it into your head to go on refusing every offer of marriage in this way, you will never get a husband at all. I'm going at once to speak to your father. You will listen to him, perhaps. Oh, there he is on the terrace. Oh, Mr. Bennet! Mr. Bennet! Oh, Mr. Bennet, you're wanted immediately. We are all in an uproar. You must come and make Lizzie marry Mr. Collins, for she vows she will not have him, and if you do not make haste, Mr. Collins will change his mind and not have her.
I have not the pleasure of understanding you. What are you talking?
Of Mr. Collins and Lizzie. Lizzie declares she will not have Mr. Collins, and Mr. Collins begins to say he will not have Lizzie.
Lizzie? I thought it was Jane.
No, it's Lizzie now.
And what am I to do on the occasion? It seems a hopeless business.
Speak to Lizzie. There she is. Tell her that you insist upon her marrying him.
Oh, dear. Elizabeth, come here, child. This is an affair of importance. I understand that Mr. Collins has made you an offer of marriage. Is that true?
Yes, Papa, it is.
Very well. And this offer of marriage you have refused?
I have, sir.
We now come to the point. Your mother insists upon you accepting him. Is it not so, Mrs. Bennet?
Yes, or I will never see her again.
An unhappy alternative is before you, Elizabeth. From this day you are to be a stranger to one of your parents. Your mother will never see you again if you do not marry Mr. Collins. And I will never see you again if you do.
End of Act 1. Act 2. 1 month later. The orangery at Netherfield. On one side, an archway separates the orangery from the ballroom. On the other, a smaller archway leads to the drawing room beyond. Bingley and Darcy are awaiting guests.
Well, Darcy, do you approve of the arrangements? Have you anything to suggest? Any criticisms?
I have no criticisms for the arrangements.
But you have for the ball. Yes, I know. Still, I really was obliged to keep my promise.
I'm glad to find that a promise is with you an obligation.
Oh, come, Darcy. I understand. Set your mind at rest. I'm going to London with you, although I must say I do not see the necessity for it. I think you're exaggerating the effect of any small attentions of mine towards Miss Bennet. However, we will cling together and fly a common danger.
Common danger?
Yes, common danger. I too have eyes, my friend. Where will you match the wit and vivacity of Miss Elizabeth Bennet?
She is indeed charming. And I admit that were it not for the inferiority of her connections, I might be in some danger. But they form for me an insurmountable barrier against any possible peril.
Darcy, do you really think you should be silent about Wickham?
Decidedly. I do not choose to lay my private affairs before the world.
But the fellow is sailing under false colours. I'm truly concerned at the foothold this rascal has already gained in the Bennet family. What he has failed to accomplish once, he may succeed in again. These young ladies have no brother to defend them.
And neither have they the wealth to excite Wickham's cupidity. At any rate, I do not wish to be the one to enlighten the neighbourhood. Besides, I understand he has left Meryton.
Even so, I really must...
He is interrupted by Miss Bingley, who enters gaily from the drawing room.
Ah, here you are. Your sister Georgiana should be here, Mr. Darcy. Charles, you should have insisted on her coming.
Oh, I'm not in the habit of insisting with Darcy.
Very true. It's vastly pretty, Charles, but I'm much mistaken if there are not some among us to whom a ball will be rather a punishment than a pleasure.
If you mean Darcy, he may go to bed if he pleases before it begins.
But Charles, it would certainly be more rational if conversation instead of dancing were made the order of the day.
Much more rational, my dear Caroline, but it would not be near so much like a ball. Come, our guests are arriving, and we must be at our post to receive them. We will leave Darcy to make up his mind whether he'll join us later.
Bingley and his sister disappear through the archway and into the ballroom. Darcy hesitates, but after a short pause follows them. A few minutes later, Elizabeth and Charlotte enter from the ballroom.
Isn't this pretty? Oh, come in here for a moment, Eliza. I want to tell you something.
Oh, why did I promise to dance with Mr. Darcy just now? Why did I not have more presence of mind?
I dare say you will find him very agreeable.
Oh, heaven forbid. That would be the greatest misfortune of all, to find a man agreeable whom one is determined to hate. Oh, do not wish me such an evil.
I wouldn't be a simpleton, Eliza. You are angry because Wickham is not here. But I wouldn't allow my fancy for him to make me unpleasant in the eyes of a man 10 times his consequence.
My fancy for Wickham, as you choose to call it, is simply my sympathy for a most ill-used man. Also the relief of meeting with good manners and a good understanding after the insufferable pride of Mr. Darcy and the stupid pomposity of that dreadful Mr. Collins. Oh, my dear Charlotte, I've never thanked you half enough for helping us to endure that man. It was so good-natured in you to sacrifice yourself by listening to those interminable speeches of his. I am more obliged to you than I can express, but oh, what a relief it is to know that he's really gone.
Oh, don't, Eliza. You're making it so terribly hard for me. But I must tell you, I am engaged to Mr. Collins.
Engaged? Engaged to Mr. Collins? Oh, my dear Charlotte, it's impossible. Oh, you are joking.
No, indeed, Eliza. I am most serious earnest. Why should you be so surprised? Do you think it is incredible that Mr. Collins should be able to procure any woman's good opinion because he was not so happy as to succeed with you?
Oh, no, of course not. And you must forgive all that I have just said. I couldn't possibly have imagined that you would
Eliza, indeed you could not. And we shall be friends still?
Why, of course, dear Charlotte. It was only the surprise. You know how fond I am of you. You know I wish you all imaginable happiness.
Yes, I am sure of it. You must be surprised, very much surprised, so lately as Mr. Collins was wishing to marry you. But, dear Eliza, when you have had time to think it all over, I hope you will be satisfied with what I have done. I am not romantic. I ask only a comfortable home, and considering Mr. Collins' situation in life, I am convinced that my chance of happiness with him is as fair as most people can boast on entering the marriage state.
Oh, undoubtedly.
And you will come to visit me sometime? I could not bear to lose you, Eliza.
Oh, surely, Charlotte. We are to be cousins, you know.
Why, so we are.
Colonel Forster comes in from the ballroom. Lydia and Denny enter from the drawing room.
I have the honour of this reel, I believe, Miss Lucas.
Oh, yes, Colonel Forster.
Charlotte goes out with Colonel Forster, leaving Elizabeth alone. Lydia and Denny approach Elizabeth.
I think we are being treated abominably ill, Lizzie. It seems that Mr. Wickham has gone off on business somewhere, so he will not be here after all.
I do not imagine his business would have called him away just now if he had not wished to avoid a certain gentleman.
What? Mr. Denny, I do believe the reel is half over. I dearly love a reel. We shall miss it altogether. Come.
Well, the world is surely upside down. Charlotte and Collins. Oh, what a match.
Darcy enters from the ballroom.
Do not you feel a great inclination, Miss Bennet, to seize such an opportunity of dancing a reel? Do not you enjoy the reel, Miss Bennet?
Oh, I heard you before, but I could not immediately determine what to say in reply. You wanted me, I know, to say yes, that you might have the pleasure of despising my taste, but I always delight in overthrowing that kind of scheme. I have therefore made up my mind to tell you that I do not want to dance a reel at all, and now despise me if you dare.
I do not dare.
Miss Bingley enters from the ballroom with an officer. They talk together. Colonel Forster enters from the ballroom, sees Elizabeth, and goes to her.
May I have the honour, Miss Bennet?
Well, I do not dance the reel, Colonel Forster.
Oh, the reel is over. This is our dance.
Oh!
Elizabeth goes into the ballroom with Colonel Forster. Darcy remains, watching till she disappears. The officer bows and leaves Miss Bingley, who then moves to approach Darcy.
I can guess the subject of your reverie.
I should imagine not.
You are considering how insufferable it would be to pass many evenings in such society. Indeed, I'm quite of your opinion. I was never more annoyed. The insipidity, and yet the noise, the nothingness, and yet the self-importance of all these people. What would I give to hear your strictures on them?
Your conjecture is totally wrong. I assure you my mind was more agreeably engaged. I was meditating on the very great pleasure which a pair of fine eyes in the face of a pretty woman can bestow.
Indeed. And will you not tell me what lady has the credit of inspiring such reflections?
Miss Elizabeth Bennet.
Miss Elizabeth Bennet? I'm all astonishment. How long has she been such a favourite? Pray, when am I to wish you joy?
That is exactly the question which I expected you to ask. A lady's imagination is very rapid. It jumps from admiration to love, from love to matrimony in a moment. I knew you would be wishing me joy.
Nay, if you are so serious about it, I shall consider the matter as absolutely settled. You will have a charming mother-in-law. Of course, she will always be at Pemberley with you. Perhaps you might give her a few hints as to the advantage of holding her tongue.
Thank you. Have you anything else to propose for my domestic felicity?
Oh, yes. Let the portrait of your uncle, the attorney, be placed next to your great-uncle, the judge. They are in the same profession, you know, only in different lines. As for your Elizabeth's picture, you must not attempt to have it taken, for what painter could do justice to those beautiful eyes?
It would not be easy, indeed, to catch their expression. But their colour and shape and the eyelashes, so remarkably fine, might be copied.
Oh, I fear not. Here comes the fair one, and her sister. I will not intrude.
She goes off laughing as Elizabeth enters from the ballroom. Bingley, with Jane, enters from the drawing room, sees Darcy, and goes to him.
I thought this next dance was the one you liked so much, Darcy. Come, let me find you a partner.
So it is. Thank you. I have a partner.
He goes to Elizabeth, bows, and they go into the ballroom together.
You must be tired, Miss Bennet. I propose that we sit quietly through this dance. Do you agree?
Oh, yes, indeed. It will be very pleasant. How prettily you have arranged all the rooms, Mr. Bingley.
Oh, I'm glad you think so. I feared they were rather inconvenient for so large a party.
Oh, I find them delightful.
You're always so charitable, Miss Bennet. It seems to me you always manage to see the best side of everything. I never knew you to say an ill word about a person or a place.
Oh, I fear that is not quite exact. I only try to see things in their best light, perhaps.
That is just it. The rest of us rarely try to see things in that way. So you see, I proved my case. You are far too amiable.
Oh, not for tonight, Mr. Bingley. Everyone is of one mind tonight. There is but one point of view. You are giving nothing but pleasure.
Oh, I wish it were so, but... Dear Miss Bennet, I wish to tell you, I really must tell you that...
He is interrupted by people coming in from the dance. Darcy, Elizabeth, Sir William Lucas, and others. Bingley and Jane walk toward the back of the room. Darcy escorts Elizabeth to a seat and stands by her. They are both silent for a moment.
It is your turn to say something now, Mr. Darcy. I talked about the dance, and you ought to make some kind of remark on the size of the rooms or the number of couples.
I assure you I will say whatever you wish.
Very well. That reply will do for the present. Perhaps by and by I may observe that private balls are much pleasanter than public ones.
Do you talk by rules, then?
Well, sometimes. One must speak a little, you know. And yet, for the advantage of some, conversation ought to be so arranged that they may have the trouble of saying as little as possible.
Are you consulting your own feelings in the present case? Or do you imagine that you are gratifying mine?
Both. For I have always seen a great similarity in the turn of our minds. We are each of an unsocial, taciturn disposition, unwilling to speak unless we expect to say something that will amaze the whole room and be handed down to posterity with all the éclat of a proverb.
And this is no very striking resemblance of your own character, I am sure. How near it may be to mine, I cannot pretend to say. You think it a faithful portrait, undoubtedly.
I shall not decide on my own performance. I am surprised not to see Mr. Wickham here tonight. I find that he is a great favourite with the officers. He has made many friends among them.
Mr. Wickham is blessed with such happy manners as may ensure his making friends. Whether he may be equally capable of retaining them is less certain.
He has been so unlucky as to lose your friendship, and in a manner which he is likely to suffer from all his life.
What a charming amusement for young people this dancing is, Mr. Darcy. I consider it as one of the fine and first refinements of polished society.
Certainly, sir. And it has the advantage also of being in vogue amongst the less polished societies of the world. Every savage can dance.
Do you often dance at St. James?
Never, sir.
You have a house in town, I conclude. I had once some thoughts of fixing in town myself, but I did not feel quite certain that the air of London would quite agree with Lady Lucas. But I must not further interrupt you, sir. I only wish to tell you once more how highly gratified I have been by your superior dancing. Allow me also to say that your fair partner does not a great disgrace you. It's a great pleasure to see you together. I must hope to have this pleasure often repeated, especially when a certain desirable event for your sister shall take place, my dear Miss Eliza. What congratulations will then flow in. Oh, but let me not interrupt you. You will not thank me, Mr. Darcy, for detaining you from the bewitching converse of that young lady whose bright eyes are so upbraiding me.
Sir, that's how it is. Sir William's interruption has made me forget what we were talking of.
I do not think we were speaking at all. Sir William could not have interrupted any two people who had less to say for themselves. We have tried 2 or 3 subjects already without success, and what we are to talk of next I cannot imagine.
What think you of books?
Books? Oh, no. I'm sure we never read the same, or not with the same feelings.
I'm sorry you think so, but if that be the case, there can at least be no want of subject. We may compare our different opinions of them.
No, I cannot talk of books at a ball. My head is always full of something else.
The present always occupies you in such scenes, does it?
Yes, always. I remember hearing you once say, Mr. Darcy, that you hardly ever forgave, that your resentment once created was unappeasable. You are very cautious, I suppose, as to its being created.
I am.
And never allow yourself to be blinded by prejudice?
I hope not.
It is particularly incumbent on those who never change their opinion to be secure of judging properly at first.
May I ask to what these questions lead?
Merely to the illustration of your character. I am trying to make it out.
And what is your success?
I do not get on at all. I hear such different accounts of you as puzzle me exceedingly.
I can readily believe that reports may vary greatly with respect to me, and I could wish, Miss Bennet, that you were not to sketch my character at the present moment, as there is reason to fear that the performance would reflect no credit on either.
But if I do not take your likeness now, I may never have another opportunity.
I would by no means suspend any pleasure of yours.
Miss Bingley enters from the ballroom. She goes directly to Darcy and Elizabeth.
Oh, Mr. Darcy, would you be so good as to go to Charles? He wishes very much to consult with you about some of the table arrangements. You'll find him in the dining parlour. That is, if Miss Bennet will permit you.
Oh, certainly.
So, Miss Bennet, I hear that you are quite delighted with George Wickham. He must have told you all a pretty tale. As to Mr. Darcy's using him ill, it is perfectly false. I do not know the particulars, but I do know that George Wickham has treated Mr. Darcy in a most infamous manner. His coming into the country at all is a most insolent thing. I feel very strongly on this point, Miss Bennet, as Mr. Darcy's interests are so intimately associated with our own. We hope Miss Georgina Darcy may some day be my sister. My brother admires her greatly. Yes, and therefore we resent these falsehoods and this presumption on the part of George Wickham. But really, considering his descent, we could not expect much better. He has evidently forgotten to tell you that he is the son of old Wickham, steward to the late Mr. Darcy.
His guilt and his descent appear by your account to be the same. I have heard you accuse him of nothing worse than of being the son of Mr. Darcy's steward, and of that I can assure you he informed me himself.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Excuse my interference. It was kindly meant.
Bingley enters, accompanied by footmen carrying 4 small tables, which they place around the room. Darcy, Jane, and others follow after.
I thought it would be pleasant to have some of the tables here.
With some bustle, they all seat themselves. On one side, Darcy, Elizabeth, Bingley and Jane. Behind them, Miss Bingley, Colonel Forster, Charlotte Lucas and an officer. On the other side, Mrs. Bennet, Sir William and Lady Lucas. Lydia enters with Denny and excited goes to Mrs. Bennet.
Mamma, have you heard the news? Mr. Denny has just told me that the regiment is to leave Meryton and go to Brighton. Good heavens! What is to become of us, Mamma?
Are they really going? Well, my love, it is too bad. I know how you feel. I'm sure I cried for 2 days together when Colonel Miller's regiment went away 25 years ago. I thought I should have broken my heart.
I'm sure I shall break mine. Mamma, might we not all go to Brighton?
Oh, if only we could. But I fear your father will not hear of it.
Oh, Papa is so disagreeable. I'm sure a little sea bathing would set me up forever. Wouldn't it, Mr. Denny?
Surely, Miss Lydia. Oh, you must manage it in some way. Come, let us sit at the empty table.
Well, Lady Lucas, it is hard for a lively young girl like my Lydia to be cooped up in a place where there is so little going on. However, we are not likely to have it so very dull in the future. You know what I mean. Jane Bingley.
Ah, indeed.
Oh, yes, it's quite settled. Such a charming young man, and Netherfield only 3 miles from Longbourn, and Jane's marrying will be a fine thing for my other girls. They'll be sure to meet other rich men who will fall in love with them. What's been going on, Sir William?
A very sharp eye. I have indeed sometimes expected that you would observe what's been going on in our own household of late.
Well, what has been going on in your household?
Oh, it's only this, Mrs. Bennet, that Lady Lucas and myself have to ask your congratulations on our very great satisfaction on the recent engagement of our daughter Charlotte.
Charlotte? Engaged? Why, who in the world is going to marry her?
The gentleman whom my daughter has honoured with her hand is your husband's cousin, Mr. Collins.
Mr. Collins? Marry your Charlotte? Good Lord, Sir William, how can you tell such a story? Do you not know that Mr. Collins is going to marry my Lizzie or one of my other girls?
Well, really, Mrs. Bennet.
What I have told you is quite true, nevertheless. Mrs. Bennet, the whole matter was settled before Mr. Collins returned to Hunsford. I am sorry we are not to receive your good wishes.
Oh, but you are, Sir William. Charlotte has already told me all about her engagement, and we shall be most happy to welcome her as a cousin.
Oh, thank you, Miss Elizabeth. I am sure other congratulations will shortly be in order.
Ladies and gentlemen, I should like to propose the health of Mr. Bingley.
Oh, Mr. Bingley.
To Mr. Bingley, may the pleasure which he has given us tonight be but a foretaste of future happiness which we will both receive and give in this community.
Mr. Bingley, and may I be allowed to further express the sentiments of this community by proposing another toast in which I'm sure you will all join me with enthusiasm. To the Master of Netherfield, and may he retain that title from his present fortunate youth to the future green and honoured old age.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends. I really cannot tell you how much I'm touched by the very kind words of Colonel Forster and Sir William. I only wish that I deserved.
You do.
No, I do not. I did not like to speak of such a painful thing on an occasion like. I've told no one of the fact that I am about to leave Netherfield.
Leave
Netherfield?
Yes. It's a very sudden decision, but important interests have made it necessary for me to leave Netherfield.
But only for a time, Mr. Bingley. Let us hope it will only be a temporary separation.
Why, surely, Mr. Bingley, you will be back again very soon.
No, I'm afraid my returning is all extremely uncertain. In fact, I expect to leave the field permanently.
Oh, my dear Mr. Bingley. This is indeed a calamity.
Good Lord, Lizzie. Poor Jane. Whatever.
My friends know they happen. We shall undoubtedly meet again sometime, and meanwhile, you must not let what I've said spoil your pleasure. We have music. We must have another dance together. Let us move the tables and set up here. I think there will be room here.
It's a capital idea.
Oh, yes, capital. Do you not think so, Mr. Darcy?
Miss Bennet, may I have the pleasure?
Miss Bennet, will you grant me the happiness, the final happiness of my stay at Netherfield?
Thank you.
May I have the honour, Miss Elizabeth?
Thank you, Mr. Darcy. I'm indisposed.
Darcy bows, reddens, and crosses to the other side of the room. The music begins, and amid embarrassed astonishment, Sir William and Charlotte Lucas fill the set. Elizabeth and Darcy stand at either side of the dancers, exchanging glances of the keenest pride and prejudice. End of Act 2.
Down yonder green valley where streamlets meander, when twilight is fading, I pensively rove, or at the bright noontide in solitude wander, amid the dark shades of the lonely ash grove. 'Twas there while the blackbird was joyfully singing, I first met my dear one, the joy of my heart. Around us for gladness the bluebells were ringing. Ah, then little thought I how soon we should part. Still grows the bright sunshine o'er valley fountain, still warbles the blackbird his note from the tree. Still trembles the moonbeam on streamlet and fountain. But what are the beauties of nature to me? With sorrow, deep sorrow, my bosom is laden. All day I go mourning in search of my love. Ye echoes, oh tell me, where is the sweet maiden? She sleeps 'neath the green turf down by the ash grove.
Act 3. The parlour of Mr. Collins' parsonage at Hunsford, 3 months later. At the back of the room, an open door leads directly into the garden, beyond which can be seen the Rosings, the residence of Lady Catherine de Bourgh. The room also has a wide window which gives a plain view of passers-by. Elizabeth is seated with a visitor, Colonel Fitzwilliam.
So, you and Mr. Darcy are to leave Lady Catherine on Sunday?
Yes, if Darcy doesn't put it off again. He's already paid our aunt a much longer visit than ever before. I am at his disposal, you know. He arranges the business just as he pleases.
I do not know anybody who seems more to enjoy the power of doing what he pleases than Mr. Darcy.
He likes to have his own way very well, but so do we all. It is only that he has better means of having it than many others. Well, I suppose I ought to go and look for him now. I expected to find him here, as not unfrequently happens. But since he is not, he probably expects me to meet him at the crossroads.
I imagine your cousin brought you down with him chiefly for the sake of having somebody at his disposal. I wonder he does not marry to secure a lasting convenience of that kind. But perhaps his sister does as well for the present, and as she is under his sole care, he may do what he likes with her.
No, that is an advantage which he must share with me. I am joined with him in the guardianship of Miss Darcy.
Are you, indeed? And pray what sort of guardian do you make? Does your charge give you much trouble? Young ladies of her age are sometimes a little difficult to manage, and if she has the true Darcy spirit, she may like to have her own way.
Why? What? Why do you suppose Miss Darcy is likely to give us any uneasiness, Miss Bennet?
Oh, nothing at all. You need not be frightened. I have never heard any harm of her. She is a great favourite with a lady of my acquaintance, Miss Bingley. I think I have heard you say that you knew Miss Bingley?
I know her a little. Her brother is pleasant, gentlemanlike. He is a great friend of Darcy's.
Oh, yes. Mr. Darcy is uncommonly kind to Mr. Bingley and takes a prodigious deal of care of him.
Care of him? Yes, I really believe Darcy does take care of him. From something he has told me, I have reason to think Bingley very much indebted to him. Oh, but I ought to beg his pardon, for I have no right to suppose that Bingley was the person meant.
What is it you mean?
It is a circumstance which, of course, Darcy could not wish to be generally known, because if it were to get round to the lady's family, it would be an unpleasant thing.
You may depend upon my not mentioning it.
And remember that I haven't much reason for supposing it to be Bingley. What he told me was merely this, that he congratulated himself on having lately saved a friend from the inconvenience of a most imprudent marriage. But without names or any other particulars, I can only suspect it to be Bingley, from believing him to be the kind of young man to get into that sort of scrape.
Did Mr. Darcy give you his reasons for this interference?
I understood that there were some very strong objections against the lady.
Indeed. And what arts did he use to separate them?
He did not talk with me of his own arts. He only told me what I have told you.
Why was your cousin to be the judge?
You are rather disposed to call his interference officious?
I do not see what right Mr. Darcy had to decide on the propriety of his friend's inclination. Why, upon his own judgment alone, Mr. Darcy was to determine in what manner his friend was to be happy? But as we know none of the particulars, it is not fair to condemn him. It is not to be supposed that there was much affection in the case.
That is not unnatural surmise, and I believe Darcy told me that he did not think that the lady, at least, was very deeply concerned in the matter. However, to lessen the affection on either side is to lessen the honour of my cousin's triumph, very sadly.
Your cousin's triumph?
Yes, Mr. Darcy. I think I saw Colonel Fitzwilliam go up the garden path a few moments ago.
Charlotte enters, accompanied by Darcy.
Ah, here he is. Good morning, Colonel Fitzwilliam.
Good morning, Miss Bennet. Ah, Fitzwilliam, I thought I might find you here.
Will you not be seated, gentlemen?
Thanks. No, Mrs. Collins, I merely stopped for Colonel Fitzwilliam. But perhaps his visit has caused him to abandon our project of taking a walk together this morning.
By no means, Darcy. That pleasure has only been deferred.
Very good, then. We will go at once, if Mrs. Collins and Miss Bennet will pardon me this hasty call.
Certainly, Mr. Darcy.
Elizabeth absent-mindedly murmurs her assent. Darcy lingers with vague uneasiness before departing with Fitzwilliam. Charlotte looks at Elizabeth curiously.
Now, Eliza, we must get to our work and have a comfortable chat. You've been here nearly 2 weeks and we really haven't had a good talk yet.
Yes, you promised me a quiet visit, Charlotte, but I find you more lively here than we are at Longbourn.
But how could I have anticipated the arrival here of 2 very attentive young gentlemen? It is really quite a surprising coincidence. Or else Mr. Darcy has timed his visit to his aunt very cleverly. As to these daily visits to the parsonage, you may be sure I do not take to myself the credit of them. Neither of these young gentlemen would ever come so often to see me. I have to thank you, Eliza, for this civility.
You may thank the lack of occupation on their part. You know very well my opinion of Mr. Darcy.
Yes, you have often expressed it. I wish I was well informed of Mr. Darcy's opinion of Eliza.
When you know one, you know the other. They are identical.
Well, perhaps under the circumstances, that is the most satisfactory condition of things. And do we hold the same opinion of Colonel Fitzwilliam?
Oh, Colonel Fitzwilliam.
And so Jane is once more at home after her visit in London, and Lydia has gone to Brighton after all. How ever did she manage to persuade your father?
Oh, Lydia was so determined upon it that she and Mamma gave my father no peace till they teased him to consent. But I am very sorry. Lydia is too foolish, too ignorant and wilful to be trusted away from home. I only hope that no harm will come of it.
And is Mr. Wickham still with the regiment?
Yes, he went with it to Brighton.
Hear that he is thinking of marrying Miss King, since she has just received a legacy of £10,000. I should be sorry to think our friend was mercenary.
A man in distressed circumstances had not time for all those elegant decorums which other people may observe. If Miss King does not object to it, why should we?
Her not objecting does not justify him.
Well, have it as you choose. He shall be mercenary and she shall be foolish. Mr. Wickham's worst fault, after all, is his power of being agreeable. Oh, thank heaven we both of us know some men who haven't one agreeable quality. Stupid men are the only ones worth knowing.
Well, well, Eliza, that speech savours a little of disappointment.
Oh, yes, anything you please.
And you say that Jane is not in her usual spirits?
Yes.
And she's looking poorly?
Yes, very.
Did she see much of the Bingleys in London?
She saw nothing of them. Oh, Charlotte, I just had all my suspicions verified.
Your suspicions?
Yes. There has been an arrangement in all this. Mr. Bingley has been kept away from Jane by...
Oh, don't imagine any such nonsense, Eliza. A young man like Mr. Bingley so easily falls in love with a pretty girl for a few weeks, and when accident separates them, so easily forgets her, that this sort of inconstancy is very frequent.
We do not suffer from accident, Charlotte. A young man of independent fortune does not suddenly decide of his own free will to think no more of a girl with whom he was violently in love.
But were they so violently in love?
Yes. I never saw a more promising inclination. Why, Mr. Bingley would talk to no one else, would look at no one else. Is not general incivility the very essence of love?
It is usually a good test. But if Jane did not return his affection, it really did not seem to me that there was anything violent in Jane's attitude. I could never see that she showed any extreme affection for Bingley.
Well, I know that Jane was very much in love with him and that she showed her affection as much as her nature would allow. If Bingley didn't see it, he must have been a simpleton. No, the real trouble was that Jane didn't see him often enough, perhaps, to make her understand his character.
Oh. If Jane were married to Bingley tomorrow, I should think she has as good a chance of happiness as if she were studying him for a 12-month. It is far better to know as little as possible of the person with whom you are to pass your life.
In some cases, that is undoubtedly true.
Mr. Collins appears at the garden door, carrying a hoe and a large basket. He looks in.
Ah, a very charming domestic picture. My dear, I have found some fine early radishes. I thought it would be a graceful attention on your part to send some of these to Mr. Burr.
I fear the apothecary might object.
Oh, true. They might not be suitable, but, well, they are very fine radishes. Miss Elizabeth, I am very successful in my gardening. I consider the work I do in my garden to be one of the most respectable pleasures. Lady Catherine is always ready to encourage me in it, and my dear Charlotte is ever willing that I should leave her side for the sake of this healthful exercise. Oh, it is indeed a pity that Mr. Burr is not well enough to enjoy them. Oh, my dear Charlotte has doubtless told you, Miss Elizabeth, of the alliance which is in prospect between Mr. Burr and Mr. Darcy. This extreme delicacy of constitution would seem to be the only bar to their happiness.
Yes, Charlotte has told me that Mr. Burr is sickly. She will make Mr. Darcy a very proper wife.
I hope you are pleased with Kent, Miss Elizabeth.
Very much, Mr. Collins.
I do not think the kingdom can boast a grander scene than the one now spread before our eyes. This garden, that park with rosings in the distance, do not you think my dear Charlotte is most fortunately placed, Miss Elizabeth?
Most fortunately, Mr. Collins.
And when you have seen Lady Catherine, you will be more deeply impressed, I am sure. We can hardly expect her to call upon you. The illness of Mr. Burr would prevent it, and in any case it would be an act of extreme condescension on her part. But I am quite confident that you will receive an invitation to drink tea of a Sunday evening with her, after Mr. Darcy and his cousin are gone, of course, and we may later have an invitation to dinner. Although I would not for the world arouse in you false hopes which may be shattered.
The housemaid enters to announce that Lady Catherine's carriage has arrived at the house.
Lady Catherine, at this hour! Oh, what amazing condescension! But my dear, I'm quite unprepared. My habiliments, I would not be wanting in respect. What shall I do?
Go make yourself ready, Mr. Collins. We will do the same.
Yes, but this implement...
Give it to Martha.
And these radishes, my dear.
Martha, take the radishes from Mr. Collins.
Oh, do not make yourself uneasy about your own apparel, Miss Elizabeth. Lady Catherine is far from requiring that elegance in us which becomes herself and daughter.
Oh, do go, Mr. Collins. Lady Catherine will be here in an instant.
Are you going to make any change in your dress, Charlotte? Do you wish me to do so?
Well, Eliza, if you wouldn't mind, I should like you to tidy up a little. In spite of what Mr. Collins says, I know it would please him. I have no time to change. Am I all in order? Oh, here she is! Mr. Collins! Mr. Collins!
Charlotte rushes into the garden, followed immediately by Mr. Collins, in the same state of excitement. Lady Catherine appears and is escorted into the house.
You keep too many hens, Mrs. Collins. There is just a certain number which are profitable. Beyond that, there is waste. A clergyman's wife should set an example of thrift. You should have asked my advice.
Mrs. Collins will, in the future, regulate her poultry yard according to your directions, Lady Catherine, if you will be so condescending as to give them.
Yes, thank you, Lady Catherine.
Will your ladyship not take some refreshment?
Oh, yes. Let me fetch you a cup of tea.
Oh, no. I wish nothing. You may go, Mr. Collins, and see if Jones is walking the horses up and down. I do not trust Jones.
Oh, with great pleasure, your ladyship.
I thought you had a visitor, Mrs. Collins.
Yes, your ladyship, I have. It is my friend, Miss Elizabeth Bennet. She is a cousin of Mr. Collins and a neighbour of ours in Hertfordshire.
Yeah, I have heard about her. Fitzwilliam says she's a very genteel, pretty kind of girl.
Indeed she is, Lady Catherine.
Where is she?
She has gone to make a little change in her dress before presenting herself to your ladyship.
Ah, very proper, very proper.
I am delighted to hear that Mr. Burr is better, Lady Catherine.
Yes, thank you. She is very greatly improved. Well, Miss Bennet takes her time.
I am sure she will be here in a moment. Oh, yes, here she is. Lady Catherine, Miss Elizabeth Bennet.
Oh, how do you do, Miss Bennet? You are younger than I thought.
Indeed.
You know my nephew, Mr. Darcy?
Yes, I met him in Hertfordshire.
Mm-hmm. And you know Colonel Fitzwilliam?
I have only met Colonel Fitzwilliam since coming here.
Mm-hmm. Has your governess left you?
My sisters and I have never had a governess, madam.
No governess? I never heard of such a thing. Your mother must have been quite a slave to your education.
I assure you she was not, Lady Catherine.
But then who taught you? Without a governess, you must have been neglected.
Oh, such of us as wished to learn never wanted the means, madam.
Well, if I had known your mother, I should have advised her most strenuously to engage a governess. I should have seen to it myself. Oh, go on with your work, Mrs. Collins. A clergyman's wife should set an example of industry. Oh, I will send some of the parish petticoats to hem, Mrs. Collins. Go on with your work, Miss Bennet. Young ladies should never be idle. Now, pray, what is your age, Miss Bennet?
I am not 21.
You have sisters, have you not?
Yes, madam.
Are any of them out?
All, madam.
What? All at once? Oh, very odd. Out before the oldest is married?
Really, madam, I think it would be very hard on the younger sisters not to have their share of society because the eldest one does not happen to be married. That would hardly be likely to promote sisterly affection or delicacy of mind.
Upon my word, you give your opinion very decidedly for so young a person. Your sisters may be married before you. You must not be too ambitious. A good many girls have lost their chances through being too ambitious. Oh, Mrs. Collins, I suppose you have shown Miss Bennet the print of Pemberley, Mr. Darcy's place?
Yes, Lady Catherine.
Mm-hmm. Pemberley is one of the finest places in England. My daughter Anne is very fond of it, which is fortunate, since she will probably spend most of her life there.
Most fortunate, your ladyship.
You see my nephews here often, Miss Bennet?
Oh, yes, very often, Lady Catherine.
Well, idle young gentlemen often make very foolish use of their time. My daughter, Mr. Burr, is unfortunately not able to accompany Mr. Darcy in his walks as often as both of them could desire.
I think your ladyship's mind may be quite at rest about the horses. Joan seems to have them well in hand.
I am glad you've come back, Mr. Collins. I'm going to ask you and Mrs. Collins to go and see the new cottages with me.
Oh.
I shall take you in the carriage.
Oh.
You'd better put on a plain bonnet, Mrs. Collins.
By all means, your ladyship.
Are you quite ready to go, Mr. Collins?
Oh, assuredly, your ladyship, quite.
Miss Bennet, I should advise you to write your family while we are gone.
We shall not be gone very long, Eliza.
I am not sure of that, Mrs. Collins, but I have a provided an occupation for Miss Bennet during our absence. Good morning, Miss Bennet. I may ask you later for dinner.
Good morning, madam.
They all go out, leaving Elizabeth watching them from the door.
Really, I might have spared myself some of the mortifications I felt for the shortcomings of my own family. The contrast is not such a violent one after all. However, Lady Catherine can give good advice. I really ought to write to my poor dear Jane.
The sound of a doorbell is heard, and Darcy enters.
I'm here again, Miss Bennet. I saw Mr. and Mrs. Collins drive away with my aunt. I have something which I must say to you. Miss Bennet, in vain have I struggled. It will not do. My feelings will not be repressed. You must allow me to tell you how ardently I admire and love you.
Oh.
Miss Bennet, I can well understand your own astonishment at this declaration, for I am amazed at myself. My feeling for you has taken possession of me against my will, my reason, and almost against my character.
Sir,
Oh, understand me, I beg of you. For yourself alone, my admiration is only too natural. I share it with everyone who has the happiness of knowing you. But, pardon me, for it pains me to offend you, the defects of your nearest relations, the total lack of propriety, so frequently betrayed by your family, has so opposed my judgment to my inclination, that it has required the utmost force of passion on my part to put them aside. But, my dear Miss Bennet, your triumph is complete. Your own loveliness stands out the fairer in its contrast to your surroundings, and I now hope that the strength of my love may have its reward in your acceptance of my hand.
Mr. Darcy, in such cases as this, it is, I believe, the established mode to express a sense of obligation for the sentiments avowed, however unequally they may be returned. If I could feel gratitude, I would now thank you. But I cannot. I have never desired your good opinion, and you have certainly bestowed it most unwillingly.
And that is all the reply with which I am to have the honour of expecting? I might perhaps wish to be informed why, with so little endeavour at civility, I am thus rejected, but it is of small importance.
I might as well inquire why, with so evident a design of insulting me, you chose to tell me that you liked me against your will, your reason, and even against your character. Was not this some excuse for incivility if I was uncivil?
I very clearly explained that the objections which appealed to my reason applied entirely to your family, and in no respect to yourself.
I am a part of my family, Mr. Darcy, and allow me to say that since I have had the opportunity of comparing my relations with your own, the contrast is not so marked as I have been led to suppose. Do you think any consideration would tempt me to accept the man who has been the means of ruining, perhaps forever, the happiness of a most beloved sister, and involving her in misery of the acutest kind? Can you deny that you have done this?
I have no wish of denying that I did everything in my power to separate my friend from your sister. I did not indeed anticipate that I should involve either of them in misery of any kind. On your sister's side, at least, I was never able to discover any symptoms of peculiar regard for Mr. Bingley.
Your arrogance in calmly deciding the extent of other people's sentiments does not surprise me. It is of a piece with your whole nature. But your interference in my sister's concerns is not all. Long before it had taken place, my opinion of you was decided. Your character was unfolded in the recital which I received months ago from Mr. Wickham. What can you have to say on this subject? In what imaginary act of friendship can you here defend yourself?
You take an eager interest in that gentleman.
Who that knows what his misfortunes have been can help feeling an interest in him.
Oh, his misfortunes. Yes, his misfortunes have been great indeed.
And of your infliction. You have reduced him to his present state of comparative poverty. You have withheld the advantages which you must know to have been designed for him. You have done all this, and yet you can treat the mention of his misfortunes with contempt and ridicule.
And this is your opinion of me? This is the estimation in which you hold me. I thank you for explaining it so fully. Perhaps if I were to divulge the truth regarding Mr. Wickham, I might give you as great a surprise as you have given me. I do not care to go into particulars, but in justice to myself I must tell you that the man whom you consider a martyr is a profligate with the most vicious propensities, a man who should never have entered your home, for his presence there is a constant source of danger.
Mr. Darcy.
I am ready to give you the full proofs of all I have said, Miss Bennet, whenever you may so desire, although I would gladly forget all the miserable circumstances myself, and no obligation less than the present should induce me to unfold them to any human being.
Your judgment in the manner of my sister's happiness has given me a gauge by which I can measure your fairness to a man who has been so unfortunate as to offend you. My faith in Mr. Wickham is unshaken.
I shall take what you have said, Miss Bennet, as a reflection on my judgment alone. I understand your position perfectly. I have erred in the manner of my declaration. It is my own fault. I have wounded your pride. I should have flattered you into the belief that I was impelled by inclination, by reason, by reflection, by everything. But disguise of every sort is my abhorrence. Could you expect me to rejoice in the inferiority of your connections?
And do you expect me to rejoice in your proposal that I ally myself to the conceit and impertinence of yours? No, Mr. Darcy. The manner of your declaration has affected me only in one way. It has spared me the concern which I might otherwise have felt in refusing you, had you behaved in a more gentlemanlike way. You could not, however, have made me the offer of your hand in any possible way that would have tempted me to accept it. I had not known you a month before I felt that you were the last man in the world whom I ever could be prevailed upon to marry.
You have said quite enough, madam. I perfectly comprehend your feelings, and have now only to be ashamed of what my own have been. Forgive me for having taken up so much of your time, and accept my best wishes for your health and...
Darcy leaves, and immediately after, Martha enters with a letter for Elizabeth.
Oh, why, it is from Jane. Oh, what could be the matter? Dearest Lizzie, I have bad news for you, and it cannot be delayed. An express came to us last night from Colonel Forster. He told us that Lydia had run away from Brighton with one of his officers. To own the truth, Mr. Wickham. Oh, Wickham! I at first thought they'd gone to Scotland, but, oh, Lizzie, it is far worse than that. We now know that Wickham never intended to go there or to marry Lydia at all. Oh, Colonel Forster has been here today. He says Wickham is not a man to be trusted. He's left Brighton terribly in debt. Oh, and his record is bad in every way. Oh, Lizzie, our distress is very great. My father is going to London with Colonel Forster instantly to try to discover the fugitives. It is hard to ask you to shorten your visit, but we are in such distress that... Oh, I must write. No, I must go. Oh, Lydia and Wickham, I must go at once. I must send someone for a carriage. Martha! Martha! Oh, the express! Oh, Colonel Fitzwilliam, is that you?
What is the matter, Miss Bennet?
Oh, Colonel Fitzwilliam, the express. Or can you get me a carriage? I've had bad news from home. I must return at once. Mr. Collins is away. Will you be so kind?
Certainly, my dear Miss Bennet, of course. But, Darcy, don't wait for me. I can't join you now. Miss Bennet is in distress.
Miss Bennet? Good God, what is the matter?
Miss Bennet has just had some bad news from home. She wishes to return and desires a carriage.
Do go for the carriage, Fitzwilliam. Get one from the stables. Go. I will remain with Miss Bennet. Shall I call the maid, Miss Bennet? A glass of wine? Shall I get it for you? You are very ill.
No, thank you. There is nothing the matter with me. I am quite well. I'm only distressed by some dreadful news, which I have just received from Longbourn.
I am sorry, very indeed.
I have just had a letter from Jane with such dreadful news. It cannot be concealed from anyone.
Oh, I am grieved, Miss Bennet. Grieved indeed.
Oh, Mr. Darcy, you were right. If only I had believed you and others, but I could not believe it.
Well, what is it, my dear Miss Bennet? What has happened?
Oh, I cannot tell it, and yet everyone must know. My sister Lydia has eloped, has thrown herself into the power of Mr. Wickham. She has no money, nothing that could tempt him to... She is lost forever.
Oh, good God, Miss Bennet. Your sister and Wickham. Oh, this is my fault. I should have realized this danger. I should have spoken. My own wretched experience with this man should have been told.
Your experience?
Yes, You remember, I hinted it to you today, but I should long ago have spoken boldly.
What do you mean?
Mr. Wickham attempted the same plan with my own sister 2 years ago. She was an ignorant, innocent, trusting girl of 15. Happily his villainy was discovered and prevented. Oh, I should have told you. Had his character been known, this could not have happened.
You tried to tell me, Mr. Darcy. Everyone has tried to warn me, but I could not believe it, and now... It's too late, too late.
Well, let us hope not. Is what you have told me certain, absolutely certain?
Yes, they left Brighton together on Sunday night. They have certainly not gone to Scotland.
And what has been done or attempted to recover your sister?
My father has gone to London. He will beg my Uncle Gardiner's assistance, but nothing can be done. I know very well that nothing can be done. How is such a man to be worked on? How are they ever to be discovered? I have not the smallest hope. It is all horrible.
Miss Bennet, I have made a wretched mistake in all this. Would to heaven that anything could be said or done on my part that might make you reparation or offer consolation to such distress. Oh, Mr. and Mrs. Collins are returning. What would you wish me to do?
I do not know. I do not know.
You really wish to return home at once?
Oh, yes. Yes, at once. Take me home, Mr. Darcy. Take me home.
At this instant, Mr. and Mrs. Collins appear at the garden door and, transfixed with astonishment, stand gazing at Darcy and Elizabeth. Act 4. The lawn and shrubbery at Longbourn. 1 week later. Mrs. Bennet is seated in a garden chair with pillows at her back and an umbrella over her head. Near her is a table on which are bottles and dishes. Jane is in attendance.
Dear Mamma, do try and take some of this nice gruel. You will be ill if you do not eat something. Now that you are once more in the air, if you will only take some food, you will feel so much better.
How can I feel better? I must be ill. It's all very well for the rest of you now that this disgrace has been brought upon me, but if I had been able to carry my point, if I could have gone to Brighton with all my family, this would never have happened. But poor dear Lydia had nobody to take care of her. Oh, that villainous Wickham! I'm sure there was some great neglect or other somewhere, for Lydia is not the kind of girl to run away with a man, but no one would listen to me. I was overruled, as I always am. Poor Lydia! Poor dear child.
Oh, Mamma, try to be calm. This excitement is so bad for you.
How can I help being excited? You have no feelings. Here's Mr. Bennet gone away, and I know he will fight that abominable Wickham and be killed. And then what is to become of us all? The Collinses will turn us out before Mr. Bennet is cold in his grave.
Oh, Mamma, do not have such terrific ideas.
If my brother Gardiner is not kind to me, I do not know what we shall do.
Oh, yes, my Uncle Gardiner is very kind. He is doing everything in his power for us. He is helping my father now in London, you know. I hope he will find Lydia, and perhaps he may be able to arrange a marriage after all. You must not give up so, dear Mamma.
Yes, Jane, that is true. My brother may be able to see that they are married. Write to him at once, Jane. Tell him to find them wherever they may be, and if they are not married already, make them marry. Oh, I do think that Wickham is the wickedest young man in the world to so deceive my poor innocent Lydia. But Jane, go and write my brother and tell him that Lydia need not wait for wedding clothes. Don't let her even give directions till she has seen me, for she doesn't know which are the best warehouses. And oh, Jane, tell my brother to keep your father from fighting that hateful Wickham, and tell him what a dreadful state I'm in.
Yes, Mamma, I shall go at once to write the letter.
Oh, no, not just this minute. Don't leave me alone. Where is Lizzie?
Oh, she has gone down the road to meet the post. She hopes to bring you good news.
She'd better stay here and be of some help. She's only just got home and now she leaves me, but nobody thinks of me. Nobody knows what I suffer. I'm frightened out of my wits. I have such tremblings and flutterings all over me, such spasms in my side and pains in my head, and such beatings of my heart. Oh, I can get no rest by night or by day.
Oh, Mamma, Lizzie is running up the street. She is smiling. She has good news, I am sure.
Take care, Jane. You're exciting me. Oh, my poor nerves.
Oh, good news! Good news, Jane, Mamma! They're married!
Oh, Lizzie!
You are sure, Lizzie? Don't excite me. You are sure?
Oh, yes, 'tis certain. My dear Aunt Gardiner has written me all about it. They are really married. Oh, how good my uncle is.
Oh, Jane. Oh, Lizzie, my dear Lydia. She's really married. I shall see her again. Oh, my good, kind brother. But how did it happen, Lizzie?
Well, I will tell you. Well, my father and uncle succeeded in finding Lydia. My aunt does not tell me how it was done.
And your father found that they were married after all. I told him that they...
No, Mamma. They were not married, and they had no idea of being. But my father and uncle insisted upon it. They took Lydia at once to my aunt's house, and from there they were married only yesterday at St. Clement's Church.
St. Clement's? Fine.
My dear good uncle has arranged to have all Mr. Wickham's debts paid, and my father is to settle an allowance on Lydia.
Are they? What are they going to do?
My father is coming home at once. He may be here at any moment. At first he would not consent to let Lydia and Wickham come to us, but my aunt and uncle urged it, and my father knew how anxious Mamma would be, and so they are coming here too.
At once?
Yes, directly, today.
My dear Lydia, how I long to see her and to see my dear Wickham too. But the clothes, the wedding clothes, I must write to my sister Gardiner about them directly.
Oh, Mamma, there is plenty of time for that.
Well, perhaps so. My dear Lydia, how merry we shall all be together. I'm so happy. Lydia married. She's Mrs. Wickham. How well it sounds. My dear Jane, I must see about the clothes. We will settle with your father about the money later. Oh, I'm in such a flutter. Miss Lydia is married and coming home. We shall all have a bowl of punch to make merry for her wedding, and I'm going into the house to write about the clothes. No, Jane, you stay where you are. I know what I'm about.
Oh, Lizzie, how relieved and happy we should be. Is it not wonderful? But is it true? Have you told us all?
Yes, Jane, it is true. They are really married, and for this we are to be thankful. In spite of Lydia's folly and Wickham's wretched character, we are to rejoice. It's how strange it is. Oh, hey-ho.
May I read the letter, Lizzie?
No, dear, not now. My aunt has some queer notions in her head. Later, perhaps. I'm very sorry now that in my agitation I told Mr. Darcy about this wretched affair. Now that it has come out so well, he need never have known anything about it, and it would have saved me a great deal of mortification.
But how would you ever have explained things to Charlotte and Mr. Collins without his help? Mr. Darcy made everything so smooth and plausible for your sudden departure.
Yes, that is true.
Really, Lizzie, I think I shall have to take up the cudgels in Mr. Darcy's defence. His kindness to you has quite won my heart, and his amazing proposal was certainly a most flattering compliment. Why can you see no good in Mr. Darcy, Lizzie? You were always so full of excuses for Wickham, though it is true his open and delightful manners deceived us all.
Yes, there certainly was some great mismanagement in the education of those two young men. One has all the goodness and the other all the appearance of it.
I never thought Mr. Darcy so deficient in the appearance of it as you did, Lizzie. And he certainly could hardly have had the friends he has if he did not possess some good qualities. Lizzie, have you heard that Mr. Bingley is back in Netherfield?
No, Jane, no. When did he come? Have you seen him?
No, I hardly expect to see him.
Oh, yes, you will if he has returned. Oh, I understand. Oh, my darling Jane, you are going to be so very happy.
Lizzie, dear, don't. Don't. That is all over now. And besides, I don't want to be happy unless you can be too.
Oh, 40 Mr. Bingleys wouldn't make me happy. Till I have your disposition, I never can have happiness. No, no. Let me shift for myself. Perhaps if I have very good luck, I may meet with another Mr. Collins in time.
Look, Lizzie, Papa has returned.
Oh, Papa! Papa! Oh, tell us all about it quickly, quickly!
Are they really married, Papa?
Yes, that misfortune is well settled on them. They are married fast enough.
And where are they? When will they be here?
I should say they would be here directly. I didn't care to travel with them, but they're not far behind, only just far enough to keep out of the dust of my post-chaise.
Oh, dear Papa, how you must have suffered.
No, say nothing of that. Oh, dear. Dear. Why should suffer myself? It's been my own doing, and I ought to feel it.
You must not be too severe upon yourself.
You may well warn me against such an evil. No, Lizzie, let me once in my life feel how much I have been to blame. The impression will pass away soon enough.
But, Papa, how did you persuade them to marry?
I didn't persuade them. I haven't the means. It's all your uncle's doing. He has managed to buy Wickham for us.
Oh, dear, good uncle.
But there are two things that I want very much to know. One is how much money your uncle has laid down to bring it about, and the other, however I'm going to pay him.
But my uncle did not do it all.
No, Papa. My Aunt Gardiner has written me that you are to give Lydia an allowance.
Yes, 100 a year. Did you think that any man in his proper senses would marry Lydia on so slight a temptation as 100 a year?
That is very true, though it had not occurred to me before. Oh, it must be my uncle's doings. Oh, generous man. I'm afraid he has distressed himself. A small sum could not do all this.
No. Wickham's a fool if he takes Lydia with a farthing less than £10,000. I should be sorry to think so ill of him in the very beginning of our relationship.
£10,000? Oh, heaven forbid, how is one half such a sum to be repaid?
That is what I should like to know.
Well, my uncle's kindness can never be requited. If such goodness as his did not make Lydia miserable, then she will never deserve to be happy. Surely I hear voices. Oh, why, they've come. Oh, see, Papa, Jane, they are here, Lydia and Wickham.
Yes, here they are. I will go into the library. I can receive their congratulations later. You know I am prodigiously fond of Wickham, Lizzie. I defy even Sir William Lucas himself to produce a more valuable son-in-law.
I must run and tell Mamma.
He is just starting to leave when Wickham and Lydia enter. They are in travelling dress and are followed by servants bringing all sorts of bandboxes, wraps and parcels. They come in with the utmost unconcern and no shadow of shame.
Well, Jane, well, Lizzie, here we are.
My sister Jane, my sister Elizabeth.
Good gracious, here I am again. I am sure I had no idea of being married when I went away, though I thought it would be such fun if I was. Why didn't you take the boxes in, Harris? Wickham, have you seen my pink banded bandbox? No, it's not here. My dear Wickham, do go and fetch it. You know, it is the one with the white satin hat you bought me. I wouldn't lose it for the world. Go.
Certainly, my dear. You see how eagerly I embrace my new opportunities.
Oh, girls, I am dying to give you an account of my wedding.
I think there cannot be too little said on that subject.
Ah, you are so strange. But I know that Jane wants to hear. Anyway, I want to tell you. Well, there was such a fuss. My aunt was preaching and talking away to me all the time I was dressing, just as if she was reading a sermon. I didn't hear one word in 10 of it all. I was thinking of my dear Wickham. I longed to know whether he would be married in his blue coat. Well, we got to church and then my uncle gave me a fright after we got there because he was so late and he was going to give me away, you know. But then if he hadn't come, Mr. Darcy might have done it as well.
Mr. Darcy?
Oh, yes, Darcy was there. Yes, he came along with Wickham. Oh, gracious me. I quite forgot. I ought not to have said a word about it. I promised them faithfully. What will Wickham say? It was to be such a secret.
Well, if it was to be a secret, Lydia, say not another word on the subject. We shall ask you no questions.
Thank you, for if you did, I should certainly tell you all, and then Wickham would be angry. There is Mamma.
Oh, my dear Lydia, my dear Wickham.
Oh, Mamma, aren't you glad to see us? Do all the people hereabouts know that I am married? I was afraid they might not, so I let my hand just rest on the window, or, you know, on the frame of the carriage, so that everybody could see my wedding ring, and then I bowed and smiled like everything.
You may be sure, my dear, that everybody will rejoice with us in our good luck. Oh, your marriage is a great compensation to me after all my disappointment about Jane and Lizzie. I do not blame Jane, for she would have got Mr. Bingley if she could, but Lizzie... Oh, Lydia, it is very hard to think she might now have been Mrs. Collins, but how about your clothes?
Oh, I have a lot already. You may be sure I wouldn't forget about them.
But you didn't know the best warehouses. Well, never mind. We shall see to that later. Now you must all come in and have dinner. You must be famished. Come on, girls. Come, my dear Wickham.
They all go toward the house. At the door, Lydia pushes Jane back.
No, Jane, I take your place now, because I am a married woman.
After they've gone into the house, Lady Catherine de Bourgh arrives, and Harris the butler invites her to enter.
No, I prefer to remain here. Tell Miss Elizabeth Bennet that a lady wishes to speak to her at once. Remember, I cannot be kept waiting. Insufferable impudence, conceited little minx. She shall have a piece of my mind. Miss Bennet, you can be at no loss to understand the reason for my journey hither. Your own heart, your own conscience must tell you why I came.
Indeed, you are mistaken, madam. I am not at all able to account for the honour of seeing you here.
Miss Bennet, you ought to know that I am not to be trifled with. I have just been told that Miss Elizabeth Bennet would in all likelihood be soon married to my nephew, Mr. Darcy. Though I know it to be a scandalous falsehood, I instantly resolved on setting off for this place that I might make my sentiments known to you.
If you believed it impossible to be true, I wonder you took the trouble of coming so far. Could your ladyship propose by it?
At once to insist upon having such a report universally contradicted.
Your coming to Longbourn to see me and my family will rather be a confirmation of it, if indeed such a report is in existence.
If? Do you then pretend to be ignorant of it? Do you not know that such a report is spread about?
I never heard that it was.
And can you likewise declare that there is no foundation for it?
Your ladyship may ask questions which I shall choose not to answer.
Oh, this is not to be borne. Miss Bennet, I insist upon being satisfied. Has my nephew made you an offer of marriage?
Your ladyship has declared it to be impossible.
It ought to be so, but your arts and allurements may have made him forget what he owes to himself and to all his family. Or you may have drawn him in.
If I have, I shall be the last person to confess it.
Miss Bennet, do you know who I am? I have not been accustomed to such language as this. I am Mr. Darcy's own aunt, and am entitled to know all his dearest concerns.
But you are not entitled to know mine.
Let me be rightly understood. This match can never take place. No, never. Mr. Darcy is engaged to my daughter. Now what do you have to say?
Only this, that if it is so, you can have no reason to suppose Mr. Darcy will make an offer to me.
The engagement between them is of a peculiar kind. Whilst in their cradles, my sister and I planned their union. Do you pay no regard to the wishes of his friends? Do you not see that honour, decorum, nay, interest forbid you marrying my nephew? Yes, interest, Miss Bennet, for you will be slighted and despised by everyone connected with him.
These are heavy misfortunes, but the wife of Mr. Darcy must have such extraordinary sources of happiness that she could have no cause to repine.
Obstinate, headstrong girl! Tell me once for all, are you engaged to my nephew?
I am not.
And will you promise me never to enter into such an engagement?
I will make no promise of the kind.
Miss Bennet, I am shocked and astonished. I shall not go away until you have given me the assurance I require.
And certainly I shall never give it. I must beg, therefore, to be importuned no further on the subject.
Not so hasty, if you please. I had hoped to spare you this last humiliation, but your insolence forbids it. I am no stranger to the particulars of your sister's infamous elopement. I know all. The young man's marrying her was a patched-up business at the expense of my nephew. Oh, you needn't start, miss. Nobody knows more about the whole affair better than you, and I don't want you blush to find yourself discovered. You used your arts well. My nephew must have spent full £5,000 or £6,000 to save your family from disgrace. I should think that such generosity might appeal a little to your gratitude and your sense of decency.
Madam,
It's quite useless to protest. I have my facts from the best authority. Heaven knows Darcy has reason enough to keep away from Wickham's flirtations and entanglements, but that is a family affair. However, you have managed to get him mixed up in them again to the extent of £5,000. But that's not enough. You want to make this shameless girl my nephew's sister and the son of his father's steward my brother. Heaven and earth! Are the shades of Pemberley to be thus polluted?
Madam, you have insulted me in every possible manner. I must beg to return to the house. This is beyond endurance.
Selfish girl! You are then resolved to have him?
Lady Catherine, I have nothing further to say.
Very well. I shall now know how to act. Do you imagine your ambition will be gratified? Depend upon it, I shall carry my point. I have no leave to take of you, Miss Bennet. You deserve no such attention. You will see what it is to rouse my displeasure.
Lady Catherine departs.
Can it be possible? Do we owe all this to Darcy? Oh, it is intolerable.
Lizzie, dear, what is it? Is there any new trouble?
Oh, Jane. Yes, there is no end of trouble. Lady Catherine has been here.
Lady Catherine?
Yes, and she says that... Oh, Jane!
Tell me, Lizzie.
She says it was Darcy who paid all the money to Wickham. It was Darcy saved us, and she says I persuaded him. I ensnared him, and she has insulted me.
Oh, my dear Lizzie, there must be some mistake. It was my good uncle who...
No, Jane, it must be true. I can put things together now. My aunt's hints in the letter, you know, I did not want to show it to you. Then what Lydia let fall and her fear of Wickham's anger.
Well, dear, even so, Mr. Darcy's motive is clear enough, and that should give you no pain.
You are mistaken. I know his motive. He feels that he is responsible because he was silent about Wickham's true character. He told me that all this would never have happened had he done his duty, and now... he will despise us. He will never wish to see us again as long as he lives.
Harris enters to announce that Mr. Darcy and Mr. Bingley have arrived.
Miss Bennet, I'm so happy to see you again. Miss Elizabeth, it is good indeed to be back once more at Longbourn.
Miss Bennet, believe me, I should not have followed my friend. I only expected to ride with him to the lodge, but I met my aunt coming away from here, and from something she said, I imagined she might have offended, distressed you.
Miss Bennet is going to show me the Hermitage. We shall leave you for now and be back directly.
Forgive my intrusion. I will go.
No, stay, Mr. Darcy. Excuse my own incivility. Your aunt's visit has excited me. I shall be myself in a moment. Mr. Darcy, your aunt has told me of our overwhelming obligation to you. You must let me thank you for your unexampled kindness to my poor sister.
Damn! Oh, I beg your pardon, Miss Bennet. I beg your pardon. What right has my aunt to meddle in my affairs? How dare she give you such distress?
It is far better that we know the truth, Mr. Darcy. For my part, I can never express to you our obligation.
Oh, Miss Bennet, I beg of you. The obligation was entirely my own. I only did what was my decent, plain duty. You remember, I told you, if I had spoken, this would never have happened.
Yes, I remember. But you exaggerated your responsibility. Of course, my father will see you about your loan to us. I would not have Lady Catherine think of any...
Oh, I will settle matters with Lady Catherine. Have no fears on that score, Miss Bennet. She shall be set right, I assure you.
Thank you. And for all your trouble, your kindness, my family can never repay you.
Your family owes me nothing. If I had any thought beyond my duty, it was a thought of you. Oh, pardon me. Perhaps I ought not to say all this, but I owe you a great deal, Miss Bennet. More than you can know. And I want you to understand me better. I really am not the pretentious prig I must have seemed to you. I wish you could forgive my abominable pride.
I will, on one condition.
Name it.
That you forget my unwarrantable prejudice.
Oh, Miss Bennet. I really think, after all, I shall have to be grateful to my aunt. She has done us an enormous service.
Well, Lady Catherine loves to be useful. And Jane and Mr. Bingley, is that by your permission?
Yes. I told you I had been kinder to my friend than to myself. Well, I deserve it. It is my own fault. My selfish conceit has wounded you past help. Every sentiment of your nature has felt it, seen it.
But one sentiment, they say, is blind.
Miss Bennet. Oh, dearest, loveliest Elizabeth.
Elizabeth looks up at him, and he rushes to take her in his arms. And there, dear audience, with their happiness complete, we bring our curtain down and leave them. The end.